So we were able to break you within, 15, 20 minutes last week? Can we go for 5 or 10 this week?
You can certainly try, and I invite the challenge.
All right.
I just hope you have your alt characters' backstories fleshed out.
Locks it on Druid.
Ooh.
Nice. Right. Just having a quick listen back to my best of my assertion. We do sound pretty good, which is great. So let's get stuck in. Hello and welcome to DC30 and our Mythic Odyssey of Theros, D&D with an ancient Greek twist. I am your Dungeon Master Romeo, and I am joined by Rebecca, Sammy, Virla, and Tamara. Your favorite barbarian, Ali, or as you know him, Bakios or Botch, is on a date night this week with his lovely lady, and we wish them all the best with that. And Violet, your favorite kitty cat, is just running a little bit late. She's stuck in traffic, so she'll be joining us when she is able to. That aside, I'll take a moment to also just make a re-announcement, I guess, to further plug our new Discord. Nightbot will be posting links as the stream goes on, especially with comments, and they're easy enough to, with quick little commands that can be shared. So join in on the Discord where you can get in on exclusive fun, announcements, and all that other good stuff. And that's pretty much it from me, unless anybody has anything else they wish to talk about. So if not, last we left off, you guys had resolved with a goal now ahead to obtain more power, specifically in the form of artifacts known as pieces of divinity, that would aid you in this new turn of events where the undead of Odunos, led by Timaret the Murder King, seem to be waging war on Akros and have the city at siege. You were able to discover the location of technically 3, and you resolved to, of the choices before you, begin by repairing the shards of the one piece of divinity you currently already have in your possession, Dekela, the first Dekela, Trident of Thassa. You approached the Smith of Meletis, or the magic item shop owner, but also the Forge Child, as he is known, maybe, the half-nymph Daxos, who resides in Meletis and has sold you wares in the past, whom you know to be a very capable smith and enchanter. And unlike previously, he'd had a change of heart after some of the things he had witnessed during the last attack on the city, and agreed to help you almost instantly. Helped a little bit by a kitty cat who threatened to cry. You gathered what you deemed you needed for this journey to Mount Velos, the only fire, Mount Velos, at whose heart lies the forge of Porphyros, the smith god, the only place where this trident can be remade. And with Daxos, you set off. And as over the course of approximately 6 days, where you learned a bit more about each other, you finally found yourselves, after taking the main roads, where you would have to go off-road, at the foot of the Catachthan Mountains. And so you set off, making an intriguing encounter on the first day, and then bedding down for the night. Xanthia.
Hi.
It comes to you relatively easily. But soon, the soft bed in this enchanted mansion, in a pocket dimension that you now reside in, gives way, almost without you noticing. where once was soft silk and down, gives way to cold, hard, gravelly ground. What do you do?
Do I see anything, or is this like pitch black around me?
Make a perception check.
Rolling great already. That's an 8.
It's not total pitch black. It would be the equivalent to... In terms of the actual illumination on the ground, it would almost be comparable to a moonlit night. But there's no moon in the sky, it's just a grey-black sky. And grey, sort of ashy, gravelly ground beneath your feet. And you can see quite far. But it's just more endless plain of gravel.
Am I on dry land, or is this underwater?
You're on dry land.
Okay. Would I be able to use my divine sense to detect good and evil?
I'll say yes.
Okay. So that would be a range of 60 feet, and it tells me the location of anything powerful, good or evil, location of any celestial fiend or undead. That's not behind total cover.
Interesting. It also lets you sort of detect auras of either blessing or consecration, right?
Consecration, yeah.
And consecration too, right? You detect holy stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say the very air around you gives off that aura in the entirety of the space that you're able to detect.
Of consecration?
Consecration.
Does the aura of consecration kind of give me maybe a feeling of familiarity? Like, feels this Thasai?
Roll an insight check.
Oh, also really great. 13.
Hard to say. You feel a presence, but you don't have anything to compare it to.
Do I have my equipment with me?
You do not.
Cool.
You look down and you're in a simple, functional, muted garb. Practical, but basic. The Theros equivalent of a jogging suit.
Cool. Okay, in that case, I will start wandering off in one direction.
Okay.
Just seeing if I find something, someone.
You walk about 10 minutes before you see a glint in the distance. It's sort of like a ruddy corally colored pale red glint.
Was it moving or was it stationary?
You only saw it for a second, like a single twinkle.
I would like to start running in that direction.
You start running. After about a minute of running, you see the twinkle again, closer this time. And you keep running. About another 5 to 10 minutes pass of you just running in this direction. And the twinkle, which every time it's appeared has gotten larger, finally you start to make out detail. And you see familiar, corally metallic red, three-pronged weapon. Just floating in the air about 100 feet from you.
Too bad that Lair isn't here who could cast Fly on me.
So it's like 5 feet off of the ground. It's not like off in the distance kind of thing.
Okay.
It's hovering just off the ground.
Can I touch it?
You go up to it?
Yeah.
Okay. You go up to it. And you reach and clasp your hand around it. And you feel sort of the cold but strong metal. Spiderwebs of cracks begin to appear from it where you touch it, and they travel all the length and breadth of the weapon before it crumbles into shards, countless shards on the ground like shattered glass.
Okay, I drop to my knees, and I'm just kind of rummaging through the shards, just very desperately looking at it, trying to see if I can piece it back together, even though I know that I can't, but, just trying. And, like, no. Thassa.
And you hear a voice. An unfamiliar voice.
You cannot fix what is broken.
That voice was just coming from no particular
Everywhere and
direction.
nowhere.
Cool. Love that. Yeah, that's great. That's so great. Could I use my divine sense again to see if the feeling has changed now that this trident has broken?
You can, and it hasn't.
Okay. I think Xanthia will kind of let the shards fall to the ground and put a hand to her heart and just start a silent prayer to her deity. She doesn't even know what she's praying for in particular, but just help, guidance, comfort, anything.
You don't feel anything. The pile on the ground where the shards fell seems to sink inwards, like a sinkhole, swallowing the shards. And it begins to get wider, and you have to step back because it threatens to, swallow you too. So you take about 10 feet steps back, and then a massive blue scaled reptilian snout and long neck. Even you know that this can't be real. It's impossibly sort of immense and looming over you in a nightmarishly scary way, but in that moment it can't help but feel real as this. And these massive row of teeth lean over you, threatening to devour you. And the last thing you hear is the jaws engulf you.
You cannot fix what is broken.
And then the teeth envelop you. You wake up.
Okay.
Did the voice go off, by the way? I can never hear myself, so I don't know if I pressed the button hard enough. Okay, cool.
Okay. Xanthia will get out of bed and go to the swimming pool. Just to clear her head, go swim a couple of rounds. Doesn't expect that anyone is up in this hour of the night. She just needs to get out of that room and... yeah.
Easy enough. Morning comes. You all gather for breakfast. Again, cornucopia, courtesy of the magic of the mansion. Fun fact about this variant of the spell that the mansion casts. It also, because the item is known as the Archivist's Key, there is a separate room that exists without encumbering the size of the mansion. That is an enormous library. And Bithynia, you are able to glean certain information you're after by coming across this place and looking that up.
So, definitely going to look up and see what I can find about these nearby locations. I have the book on worms and dragons and what have you, but given that I want to learn more about the local areas that I want to extend, like a diplomatic, or an outreach to, I'm definitely going to.
Yeah, and you're able to do that easily enough. And I believe you received the document I passed on to you.
Yeah, and so it's Scophos and Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I'll definitely look in and see, kind of pick out what the terrain is like, if we were to get in and get out, and see, maybe the disposition of the inhabitants there, or the creatures around there, the disposition, any politics that I could get at major population with the Minotaurs and the underworld or the returned. And I'm just going to make a mental note of it, and maybe jot it down, because I have my paper and pen, and try to write it down, even though I'd probably have to do this book later on, and then I would probably make my way back out to the kitchen.
Easy enough. I'll say you're able to learn as well, if you research about Return in particular, that it's been able to be determined that the sort of divine magic that would turn or destroy undead, they have all, as far as everyone's been aware, been more resistant to it than other forms of undead creatures. It's theorized that it is something to do with the kind of undead that they are. That's less unholy. They're not a desecrated corpse or dragged back from the underworld through unholy necromancy. It's the soul is there in a way. So whilst it's still undeath, it's not as effective, or it's harder for it to be as effective.
So she was the first person to return to her room last night, so it's the first time that she's seeing everyone. Dolisa, how did you sleep last night?
Like a baby, actually. How about you?
Awesome. Good, but like a baby. Don't they toss and turn every hour and cry and like shit themselves? Like, hopefully you slept better than that.
Doxo says, "Yes, that's exactly what she means. My room was next to hers. Jesus Christ, Dolisa, you kept me up." No, I'm kidding. He doesn't say that.
You never heard that saying before, Bithynia, no?
I have, and every time I hear it, I think it's like, there's got to be something better than that. I've only been in a home once with an infant or a baby, and it was the last time, if I could help it.
It's a fair point. It is. I'll give you that.
Was there anything else that went on after I went to bed? Anything? I hated to cut out so soon with that fun game. What was it called again?
What the fuck is up with that?
Yeah.
What the fuck is up with that? So what the fuck up? What's up with that after I left?
Well,
I
I can't remember at what point you left the conversation, but we did learn, or I learned. I don't know if the others knew already, but a little bit about Bacchios and his history. It's quite sad, actually. It's the first time I've seen him get upset like that. But we consolidated him, and he seemed better for it.
He seemed very touched that everyone is so happy to have him here.
Do you know his past history?
he did mention some of it. We had an event. We had this situation with a bird's nest, and then we had a good conversation around the campfire on our way back. So he did let me in on that. That's why I don't know if you remember earlier when we were talking about maybe asking some of the people here in Tempest about their backgrounds and what have you. And I had said that maybe Bacchios might not be the one that I would talk to, but he did have a background. And it was because I was aware of that, but it wasn't my place to share that with you. Only
No.
that I had my reservations for asking him outright because
Yes.
of the trauma there.
That makes perfectly logical sense. And I kind of feel bad for suggesting it now, but I didn't know, so.
It's those wounds, right? It's like salt in a wound, and I don't want
Yeah.
to be the person to do it every time, anyways.
I see Daxos has a library in this mansion. Have you been able to conduct any research?
Can you not talk to me about me like I'm not here?
He's just gonna laugh.
You guys
Dax
are at the
comes-
breakfast table, like the big
Sorry.
one.
With
Yeah.
him, yes. As I'm sitting there, like with my paper, yes.
He does
Daxos has a
chuckle.
wonderful library. Daxos has a fantastic library. I wouldn't expect anything less, especially in with everything else that's been so hospitable here. I wanted to look up some information on the areas around here, and so and then she'll look to the others. I'm going to be inviting some people back to Melodies when we return. And so, I've kind of mentioned this before, making maybe a neutral territory. And I was hopeful that maybe the fort could be connected to that. It doesn't have to be, but how cool would it be that if there was a neutral ground? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a great idea.
Who are you
If
inviting?
Yeah, who are you inviting?
Yeah.
Well,
If you need someone to send messages, I'm your girl.
well, funny you should say that because I've got a ton of papyrus and my ink and pen and everything ready to go to write a cordial, formal letter. But I was thinking of Setessa to start. It's near Melodies, and so I think it would be easier to help or get help or create a connection with people nearest to us. I didn't glean as much information about them, but I figured they would be the easiest. But what I was mostly interested in finding information on was Scophos, because they are Norse. So these, and then she's just going to be like these, and she's going to stop herself before using profane words. These returned that put us in the precarious position that they did. And Akros and Melitis and whoever else they I don't even know what destruction that they did. There's an area north of their area that they reside. It's called Scophos, and it's interesting. It's an interesting area. It's
Scophos, the land of the Minotaurs, you mean?
Yes, yeah. And so the downside is that I would feel safer having them come to us because the terrain isn't as forgiving like it is in Melodies, where you have like a bowl or even a canyon area where you have high and low areas, and it's not even like a one mountain where it's like what to expect, an elevation. It's just a place where minotaurs are running about, and there's like labyrinths and
The entire city is a labyrinth, and
Yeah.
the lands around it. Let's just say it's not called Death Bellow Canyon for nothing.
Yeah.
That's-
Sounds
that
very
sounds
inviting,
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, so that is why I would like to invite them. But I think that strategically, and I don't really know about war or, creating war or battle maps or strategies or whatever, but I do know how to speak and I do know how to make friends. And I think what better ally to make than those that are directly north to the ones that try to destroy us and Akros and whoever else they saw.
Tethmos. We know some people in Tethmos.
Also, Hilera, do you remember Minos? From when we first met?
Oh, we should ask Minos. He knows things. He's smart.
I don't know if Bacchus would be so happy to meet him again, but I think he will get over it.
Well, and I think that what was that?
No, I was just thinking that was so much fun when we did that.
It was.
Well, I'm certain that we have allies within the party with our acquaintances that we have. Dolis has traveled a lot, and Bacchios and us here, and even Scotty, he's made some interesting acquaintances in his travels as well. And I think that those would all be valid. I think, though, that I was thinking of these two locations to start because we don't have anyone there.
Mhm.
So if we were to invite people from there with maybe a couple of people that we do know, it would be more amendable or what have you.
That
Allies
sounds
are
very
good.
smart, yeah.
Daxel says, allies are good. And if there's anybody who can create a chord out of anything, it's you, Bithynia. Some advice. Imagine a city full of Bacchioses. Prepare for that.
Where? Which one?
Scophos, the Minotaurs.
Isn't that just Akros, though?
No, even
Uh,
Akros has coordination.
But I'm only inviting one. So like if we can handle Bacchios, I feel like I've been worn down enough that I can handle it, and I have the city around me. So
Do
You
you
know what?
think they're
That's
gonna
fair.
come with one? I
Did
don't think
what?
they're gonna come with one. What if they come and they get attacked? They're gonna take some people for protection, so it's not gonna be just one person.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, they can't bring more than we have in Melodies, that's for sure, and they can't break their labyrinth. I know the city better than they do.
you make some very good points, yeah.
I
Cynthia,
mean,
Yeah?
you look a bit tired. Are you okay?
Yeah, didn't get a ton of sleep. Had pretty bad nightmares.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I can't wait to finish this whole dragon trident thing.
It must be a lot of pressure on yourself. Be patient.
One could say that, yeah.
We're here to help if you need us.
That's greatly appreciated.
And don't worry about Thraxes. I'll talk to him.
Are you? So you two know each other? Or do you just know of
No.
him
I know him.
How?
personally?
I spent the first years of my life in that forge.
Why?
Interesting.
Because my mother and Oriad, one of whom you met yesterday, by the way, presented me to Porphyros himself in that forge. And he blessed me with divine sorcerer's power. And after that, the flame speakers. He gestures to you, Healer, and you know who they are. Raised me as some sort of prophecy child within that area, within that forge. And Thraxes lives in that forge. He lives in the first forge. Purphoros abandoned that one to build a grander, more beautiful one deeper into the volcano. Thraxes still lives there, occasionally melting down elements of his hoard and crafting other things as an appeasement to Purphoros. It's a complicated relationship.
So how well would you say you know him? Do you know his motivations? What drives him?
What drives any
goal?
dragon? Greed, vanity, lust for power, and wrath.
But was he nice to you?
You know what? As far as a dragon goes, yes.
Okay, then I won't kill him.
Also, do you...
If you kill him, I will build you any weapon you want.
Do you maybe know if he holds a particular grudge against my kind? Just making sure.
Not that I'm aware. It'd be pretty weird. I genuinely don't know if he's ever met one of your kind. He's pretty sure he's over a millennia old, so I guess statistics.
We could do like a fashion show and just be like, this is a human. And then, that would be so fun!
He might actually laugh at that. Anyway, we shouldn't dawdle. We still have 6 days ahead of us, if we're lucky.
Yay.
Now I can fly, but if anyone has another way of expediting travel, we should make use of it.
Well, I can make people fly.
For how long?
For an hour. 10 minutes. Pardon me.
Well, at the very least, I can double that time for you.
Oh yeah, you're really cool like that.
This sash, and he gestures to it, this sort of beautiful red and gold sash around it, sort of like a one thing around here. It permits me to manipulate the spells of others with sorcerous metamagic, as if they were my own. To a degree.
And we also have a plummet. Okay. Can't your cat do something fun? Because the cat can fly, right?
The cat can also become large, but only for a minute.
Oh, well, heal. Okay, so 2 people can fly on plummet. I can make 3 people fly. Can I?
And I can just fly.
Okay, so we're missing 1 person that can fly. Somebody's gonna get left behind.
Well, okay, Delisa, you're 20 pounds soaking wet. So you should go on to plummet.
That's true, yes.
Could we fit 3 people on plummet? If we have to.
Not reliably.
I mean,
we don't want to. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Well, the movement speed, we could have them fly ahead and plummet can go back and forth, you know. Because technically I can move people. I have the ability to move. I have a feat that can move people.
I can also run very fast. I don't know.
It's only 60 feet though. I can move someone 60 feet. This is what you get.
Could I try to, I don't know, run the mountain?
Daxos thinks for
I
a
don't know
moment.
what our terrain is like.
You know what? That could almost work. He reaches into his satchel. I was saving this for when we got to the mountain, as it's going to be very important, though. But I may as well give it to you now.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. He pulls out a pair of beautifully ornate sandals. They see how... So, they don't quite have wings, but sort of, if this is like the boot, on the side that, if this is the right leg, sort of in a pattern almost similar to this, if you can sort of see what my hands are doing, they have these beautiful red and sort of glowing orange and gold feathers that sort of go down to the side on each side. They have like these armored greaves on them as well, and the feathers, almost like peacock feathers, flow back ever so slightly. These are for you.
Okay, what do they do?
You'll see.
I look at my brand new slippers that I got that are winged, that I got from my race when the day was good. Now they come up. Wait! Oh my goodness! Did my other plushies arrive? That I got from Amalia! Oh no, I totally forgot about that plushie.
I totally forgot about that plushie. It was huge, right?
Yeah.
I'll say it survived, but you decided to leave it behind due to practical concerns.
Hey, but I have it.
You have it. You left it at the fort, and the fort was untouched.
Okay, cool.
I presume you didn't...
Question.
Oh, wait, no, did you win it at the festival?
Yeah, Amalia won it for me at the festival.
Okay, I will say that you found some poor soldier and told him to guard it with his life.
That's right.
Sorry, go ahead,
Question.
Rebecca.
Could I use... Do we need... I know that you have the sandals, but I have Tenzo's floating disc. Or disc. So technically...
How
if
well
I
does that
move,
work
the
across
disc-
elevations?
Yeah, how far can you move it?
It says if I move more than 20 feet away from it, the disc will follow me and remain within 20 feet of me, and it can move across uneven terrain, up and down stairs, slopes, and the like, but it can't cross an elevation change of 10 feet or more.
You'd have to fly relatively close to the ground and be strategic about your movements, but it's possible.
I mean, I was going to have to be strategic anyways, right?
But I think Plummet's going to struggle to remain close to the ground, but if someone else were to take the reins of Plummet and you were to be bestowed with flying magic from Heliodor, you would be able to hover very close to the cliffs.
Which would give someone else the option of...
Residing on the floating
Being able-
disc, yes.
Okay. You're so smart. I love this. Okay, so problem solving 101. Let's go.
Okay.
Hilaria, we have a new thing. Nice shoes. Love them.
I'm putting they're still on.
Okay.
I'm not giving them back.
That's okay. These aren't to give back. And over the course of the day that you travel, I'll say, if you want to look up on D&D Beyond Boots of the Trailblazer.
Cool.
And you're welcome to share with the group what they do, but that's your choice.
I'll go and look it up first.
So Bithynia is flying, which means that somebody needs to take the reins of Plummet, yes? I think you should do that, Santhia. I think you'd be best.
Me?
Yes.
My armor is quite heavy. I don't want to put that much weight on Plummet necessarily.
Bakios told me about the Griffon Cliffs. You might want to avoid any dexterous tests. Testing your dexterity.
Shoot like death glares at Bakios.
He just smiles as he's shoveling food into his gullet.
As much as I hate to admit it, you do have a point. So, okay, yeah, I'll take Plummet.
Okay. You found a Heliodor?
Almost. I'm just looking for the spell because it's a spell.
It's not a spell, it's a magical item.
Then what?
If you search
And
on...
I don't know what this charge does. I'm looking. What?
Oh, did you add the boots?
Yeah.
Okay, so So you can cast the spell. Okay, you can cast the spell once without expending a spell slot.
Yeah.
And you can also cast it using any spell slots you have of the appropriate level. So yeah, you can look up this. Yeah, you're looking up the spell. I just understood. Oh, there's that face. There's that face. I was waiting for that face.
Oh my gosh. I'm basically a god, guys.
So, you're welcome to share with the group what they do, but you don't have to.
Okay, I will do it very shortly. And I get extra movement for the duration, which is a minute. My speed increases by 20 feet.
Okay, so yeah, you can cast the spell A Chardalon's Stride once without expending a spell slot, but you also can cast it with using any spell slots you have of the appropriate level, including upcasting it.
Sick.
So how fast does this make you?
That would give her... So your base movement speed is 60, right?
Yeah.
If she casts it only at 3rd level, her base movement speed would be 80. But every level above 3rd she casts it at, it gives her an extra 5 feet of movement.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Basically.
Wow.
Oh, Romeo, I'm disappointed. I watched the episode of yours from it must have been a year and a half ago now, and you had this nice red wig on. What happened to that? What happened to
I
that?
still got it somewhere.
What?
Yeah? You can't be playing. You can't have Daxos in the pie and not have the wig on. I don't think that's right.
Tell you what. I will let you earn the privilege of seeing me in that wig over the course of this episode for next episode.
Wait, I
We have
won't
to
be
do
there. That's unfair.
What do
That
we
was
have to
before
do?
we met. Oh, you want to be there?
I want to see it.
I'll tell you what. I'll probably call a break in this episode because I want to be better at that. If you impress me by the break, I'll go put the wig on. Right. You guys set off for your journey's day. Can I get someone to roll me a d20, please?
I went last time, so someone else.
Mara.
Oh yeah, I'm so good at rolling dice. That's a 5.
I rolled it on D&D Beyond.
Oh, wait. Which one of you rolled? Oh, so you both rolled?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I need you guys, without me telling you, I need you to choose whose roll you use before you tell me what Bithynia rolled.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, you pick. I don't know.
Dolly says you.
I don't want
Bianca's-
to be responsible for this.
Wait, so I have to pick between.
Without
Rebecca's
knowing what
roll.
Rebecca rolled.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't.
Yeah, as in, don't look it up. Just, you have to pick.
You have to pick your favorite. Rebecca or Tamara.
That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works.
Tamara rolled an actual dice, so we'll go with Tamara.
Cool, that's a 5. I'm putting all of my dice in dice jail, by the way.
Okay, have 5. 2 seconds.
It's the rock again.
Now I
No.
want to know what mine would have been.
You say that, and every time I just think of like the actor, The Rock.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. But then,
God.
Rebecca, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 13.
Look at 13.
Let's just say you probably should have gone with Rebecca.
When in doubt, Bithynia, man. When in doubt,
oh,
Bithynia.
no.
Whenever I roll for the random encounter, it's always awful.
I never roll lowest, so if I don't, you should go with me because it's...
Okay. About 6 hours into your journey. You've been traveling along, doing various flights and climbing. Okay, so if it's 6 hours in, how many times can you cast Fly Helira at that level?
Let me see. 3 times.
Okay, Daxos
That's
can
30 right now.
and Daxos can spend up to 5 charges from his sash to cast extended spell, or I forgot what it's called, the one that doubles the amount of the duration of it on your spell. So that would be a total of 20. So be a total of an hour's flight time for everybody.
Cool. That's all my high levels. No one die.
Okay. It just informs the amount of you travel. You've made really good headway.
Could I have carried someone?
Who are you carrying?
My ex-
Who are you carrying?
No. Someone
What's
that
the strength modifier?
I'm not gonna tell you.
I'm gonna say no then.
No, that's a +0.
Yeah, okay, so
Better than my dex?
you try to carry someone, but you guys quickly realize as you start to be overtaken by butterflies that this is probably not a feasible plan. But about 6 hours into your journey, it starts to get a bit cold. And you start to hear the rolling of distant thunder. And it begins raining. And it starts to rain harder. And before you know it, the heavens have opened up on you as a very, Theron thunderstorm descends upon you. And so, yeah, think like southern Mediterranean lightning storms or like thunderstorms. Those ones, if you've ever experienced that sort of thing. Things get so severe that it gets to a point it's raining so heavily that your vision is considered lightly obscured and your speed halved.
Daxos?
Yes.
Should we maybe camp out in your little mansion until the weather gets better?
It's your call.
What does do the rest of you think?
That seems wise.
Guess the con would be we don't know when the storm's gonna.
Doggy. Bithynia, any opinion?
Whatever can make me less wet than this, because this is not ideal.
Yeah, I think Amalia probably also doesn't like the rain too much.
She just hisses at you.
So,
Daxos, however, for you, Bithynia, will use shape water and just create like a little. It almost looks like so it ends up looking like a telekinetic umbrella, just because he's basically redirecting all the droplets to go around you as opposed to on you. You want to camp?
Thank you. What was that?
So you guys want to camp out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very well.
We're going up. We're going up the mountain right now, or where are we at, terrain-wise?
You've been traveling for about 6 hours now, so you've just descended a mountain, and so you're in basically hinterlands at this point. You're like between mountains, for lack of a better term. So you're in sort of valleyed, sort of alpine kind of terrain.
Well, we're already in the rain anyways. Why not just keep going?
By the way,
Well-
sorry, I should have mentioned this before, but the Dungeon Master forgot to read the item quickly. I can't use this key in this way for another 24 hours, so we have to wait until the evening.
But I didn't use my tiny hut, so we technically still have that.
Yes, I'm just saying, mansion's not online for the moment. He does some
Alright.
quick math in his head. It'll be about another 6 hours before we can use the key.
Did we find like a cave or something?
So
we
Rebecca
can,
does
like,
have the tiny
hide
hut
out?
if you wished. So you were making the call to camp out? Very well. Just before you do, can I get everyone to roll percentile dice for me?
Oh goodness. Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay. You
Would
wanna?
love to.
Thank you.
45.
Let me just double check something before you...
Oosh.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Is it better to go low or high on percentile dice?
In this case, you want to roll high.
Uh-oh.
Who rolled what?
I rolled a 45.
You're fine. Rebecca? 82 is
I
fine.
rolled a 14.
Hilira?
I rolled a 65.
You're good.
Hey.
Or should I roll for Bacchus as well?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, should I roll for Amalia?
Go for it.
That's
Oh.
108.
You're fine. Wait, did you roll 0?
Yeah.
No, that's 8. That's not 108. That's 8.
Oh,
8.
yikes. Yeah, Bacchus is not fine.
Okay. What did Amalia
He's
get?
worse than I am.
16.
Sorry, Amalia.
Ironically, 16 just succeeds.
Thank you for
Bithynia
blessing them.
and Bacchios.
Uh-oh.
As you guys are having this conversation, both of you are struck by lightning.
Cool.
You each take 15 points of lightning damage, and Bithynia, your hair is just all standing on end.
Question. Before I get into the tiny hut, can we count this as a short rest? At least 1 hour long. It says 1 hour.
You guys have been traveling this whole time. You can't really rest while you're traveling, at least not at the pace you've been traveling, particularly with flying and everything like that. You can throw up the hut and then take a short rest when you throw up the hut. You'd have to get into the hut.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Sorry, yes, you could
Okay.
take a short rest.
Sorry, I thought we had already decided on the short rest.
As you were meditating,
Okay.
as you were trying to summon the hut, that's when you got struck by lightning, so you had to start again.
Okay.
Cool. You guys managed to get inside the hut. An hour passes. You managed to take your short rest, and you guys can mark that for any purposes you need. Yes, Hilira?
If I put my hands against the dome,
Mhm.
does it feel like when you're in a tent and it rains?
I'm gonna say no, just because of the nature of the dome, and like if it were like that, it wouldn't serve as a protective thing.
Oh, that makes me sad. Okay, I was just looking at the rain.
Doxos,
I think
press. Oh, so go ahead.
I was going to say, I think at the start of the short rest, Delisa would firstly come up to Bithynia and say, "Would you like me to cure your wounds? Or are you going to heal them yourself?"
I can heal them on my own. Thank you.
Are you sure?
It'll- yes, because I need to also just be mindful of things that are to come. So I'd like to have.
I'll take some healing though.
Nice.
Good, that was good. Yes, right away. But I'll be right over. And she gently places her hands onto him, and we'll go for some level 1 cure wounds. We'll do 1 first, see what we get. Okay, so that's 9 on the first one. She's going to do it again.
Okay.
And that's 11 on the second one. So
Okay. Barch is at full health, I believe. For my own edification, Bithynia, the helm you have that can store a spell slot of up to 4th, or a spell of up to 4th level, what is in it currently?
We've always gone with heal, but this would be a good time. If anybody else wants something else, I've always put heal into it.
I can put something in if you like. I'm not starving for, He just looks at you all. Sorry, I wasn't looking at Discord right now, so I wasn't sure if anyone was nodding or not.
What were you thinking, Daxos?
I can pop a teleport in the dimension door. Or I can pop a fabricate, if that would be of any use.
What
we don't use it
does
today.
that do?
Fabricate lets you convert raw materials into products of the same material. You can fabricate, for example, a wooden bridge from a clump of trees, a rope from a patch of hemp, and clothes from a flax or wool. Choose raw materials that you can see within range. You can fabricate a large or smaller object contained within a 10-foot cube or 8 connected 5-foot cubes, given sufficient quantity of raw material.
Is the heal spell coming from Hilira? No.
It's a healing word that I believe was coming from Scotty. I don't think... Do you have healing word, Hilira? Okay, so it is coming from Hilira. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, so it's a healing word, not a heal. Oh, okay, because that's totally different.
Oh yeah, no, so the maximum level of the spell can be 4th level.
A 4th level, okay, I see.
I mean, if you want, I could cast Healing Wave into it. That could also be quite useful.
Would that be helpful? I mean, what do you think?
I mean, you have the least resources, Bithynia. Perhaps it should be a spell that you would best utilize.
My only concern is that I'm limited on spell slots, so I would need to make it something that's worthwhile because it does expend one of my spell slots. So something that could help more than one person would be helpful.
I have the power to, or at least he holds up this is like staff hammer type thing. It's like a staff that's got a hammer head at the end. This gives me the power to summon a construct. I could probably transfer that into it.
What do you mean a construct?
A golem of metal, clay, or of iron, clay, or stone.
I think the teleportation might be a good option if we need it in a pinch.
I think the teleportation would be ideal too, especially with the terrain, getting in and out.
Very well. He taps your helm and will pop a dimension door in there. Okay. About another hour passes. Storm's not letting up.
No one of you can influence the weather, right?
No, unfortunately not. We'd need a druid or a ranger for that, probably.
Keranos hates us today, apparently.
Yep. So...
Try something if you want.
What do you try?
How long has it been since the festival? Has it been a week?
Yeah, at this point it's been a week.
I will cast Divine Intervention. And just say, hey,
okay.
Rodos, I know, and I'll say this quietly in a corner of the dome so that nobody hears me. So I know we're kind of maybe you're a little bit mad at me. But can you make it stop raining, please?
Roll your percentile dice.
Okay.
You can do it.
You didn't betray me. Wait, you did betray me just a second ago. So I will. Well, you didn't betray me there, but I didn't roll you intentionally. Fucking twat. My dice fell. I'm stressed.
Because you insulted it.
Okay, I'm gonna use the other one because the one that I didn't intend to roll just rolled a 3. But I didn't mean to, so I'm gonna intentionally roll this time.
I appreciate that.
That was a 47, but it was almost a 7. So it didn't work.
You feel your words find purchase. And I'll say at the very least, you don't get the sense you were ignored. Or dismissed. But, even when you're on the best of terms with your god, there's a low chance of divine intervention, so I'll say you don't get any sense that it didn't work for any deeper reason. You do hear a voice in your head that says, I asked him, and he shouted a lot of expletives at me. That's it.
So it's kind of a wrong foot out of bed situation, and even I couldn't fix it.
LOL just subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. We feel the love. We appreciate you. Continue, Helita.
So, yeah, wrong foot out of bed situation. A lot of expletives.
Huh. Well, it's up to you guys. Do we brave it, or do we hunker down?
How far is our visual right now? How far can we see?
Barely at all. Like, you can see maybe 50 feet away.
Okay.
Like, the rain sounds light and pleasant because that's all the ambience I had available, but this is torrent. What you're actually experiencing.
Sure. Well, we could go. I also have cards.
Like playing cards?
Yeah. We could play cards.
Sure.
We hunkering down then?
I think with this little vision and 2 of us already being struck by lightning.
Very well. So, for the purposes of brevity, I will say that the storm carries on for many hours. And into the night, actually, Daxos gets the mansion back and he resummons it. But you guys do go to bed in this area. The storm does not let up. It abates somewhere in the middle of the night. You don't know exactly when. But the progress you would have made through your expedited means of flight and travel and stuff like that is offset by the time you lost, having to wait for the storm to subside. So you do not... you gained a day of travel through what you did, but you lost a day of travel as well, so it evened out. Morning comes. And you set off again. Can I get someone to roll me another d20?
You want me to do it this? Do you want me to do it this time?
Please.
Yes.
I don't
Please
know.
do.
I think my one good roll was used, but we'll go for it. 4.
We're really doing the most.
Okay.
After a rainstorm, we get a mudslide, right?
Hilira, are you using your spell slots again? to do the same? Are you repeating the thing? The flight.
Sure. I will be repeating the thing.
Okay. So you make some progress as a result. You do... I'm going to say as part of this, unless you guys don't wish to, I'm going to ask for a general... These are dangerous mountains. There are moments where you have to basically crouch down as, a chimera goes past. Not that you couldn't beat it, but you're not... You've got bigger fish to fry, so you're trying to save time. So I'm going to ask for a general group stealth check. The DC isn't very high, because with your flight and your means of avoiding it, it's...
Oh, I rolled really well. 19.
19? Delisa?
29.
29.
Nice. Should I roll for Amalia?
Sure. Disadvantage.
With disadvantage, yeah.
Xanthia?
So Bacchus rolled an 11, and I don't even need to roll with disadvantage because I got a big, fat 0.
11 still... That's amazing. 11 still succeeds. So, like I said, it's not terribly difficult to just be cautious as you travel. 11 still succeeds. Bithynia?
Am I rolling again?
Oh, I didn't hear you the first time. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I rolled a 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
I'm
looking
Was that the
at
stealth
Amalia.
check?
That was the first roll. That's why I said, are we doing another roll?
No, it's just the one roll. Sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't hear you say 4 the first time. So 4.
Because wait.
Oh, no, not
Xanthia,
not random encounter. Stealth check. Yes, sorry. Separate roll.
Amalia got a 10.
Succeeds. Just succeeds.
Did Butch roll?
Yes,
Yeah,
you got an
rolled
11.
Oh, okay.
No, I got a 7.
Okay, so 2 failures. Everyone else succeeds. Overall success. Oh, wait, Daxos. That was a natural 1.
Oh, no.
Hey, yo! He and I
imagine as they're like
distracting each other.
But
I imagine as they're sneaking away, Bethania's like, "Where are you going?" Just like, Daxos, hey, I have a question about one of these books that you have.
Yeah, and then Daxos he's also just happens to, like, his wings are, like, literally made out of fire, so he struggles to stow that shit. But with Dolisa's 29 bringing up the average, you guys all still overall succeed. Another, you get well into your day. You stop for lunch and everything like that. As you run out of flight, about an hour after that, I have ambience for this. I keep forgetting to use it. As you round a bend, you're face to face with... Oh, actually, I gotta roll for this real quick. You spy a section that... you're not spy, sorry. You're basically doing a sort of like a side shimmy situation as you're traversing. So you have to basically cross a ledge. And there's rocky outcroppings, but they're sort of very short to protrude and few and far between. So you sort of have to scale the side of this ledge. And as you're doing so, the outcroppings you're gripping on begin to crumble. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
I love that.
Oh, no.
I do not.
Let's see if we get 2 zeros in a row. No, we don't.
What'd you get, Xanthia?
15 for Xanthia and an 8 for Bacchus.
Botch fails. Xanthia succeeds. actually.
Amalia got an got an 18,
Succeeds.
and Hilira got a 22.
Succeeds. Bithynia.
I got a 15.
Just succeeds. Delisa?
I rolled a 12.
Fails.
Oh no!
As
I would
the
like
rock...
to suggest,
Oh.
I would like to say though, if she knows she's gonna slide off or feels that it's happening, she would use her monarch mantle to fly.
Okay. You do not fall 140 feet.
That's what I was rather for.
The only person that did is no longer in the or is not in the party at the moment.
Is Bacchus gonna die?
Ironically, if it was going to happen to anyone, it could the best person to happen to was Bacchios. So does Bacchios do anything as he's basically and he basically the rock he's holding on to crumbles and he's falling.
Can anyone react?
Do you have something to react with?
Can Bacchios take one of his axes and try to smash it into the side of a mountain to stabilize himself or just slow down his fall?
I'm going to let him make an attack roll, but the DC is very high.
Okay, he's gonna take his great axe. That's a 25.
Does not succeed.
Oh,
He basically slipped and fell away. And so he can't find purchase in that way. It's not a climbing instrument. So he tries to strike, but he's incapable of burying the axe deep enough that it does it. Hilira, anything?
Okay.
yeah. Can I use my reaction to use my channel divinity safe passage?
Yes, you can.
I will point towards him and just yeet him up 60 feet.
Yeet him straight up?
Please. No, I can teleport him up
No, you.
with my safe passage.
That is not enough height for you to fall from. You must fall from a higher.
No, just to have
Okay.
something to hold on to again.
I'm going
Giving
to.
a little leeway.
I'm going to
come down
say
again.
make a perception check to find outcropping that he could grip instead and teleport him to it. Because this is happening in the space of seconds. So there isn't an immediately obvious place to teleport him to. So you need to have fast eyes.
Don't fail me now, dice. That's a 14.
Just fails.
Oh,
You
no.
Okay.
teleport him up, and he isn't quite able to grip. And he's still falling. He basically grabs onto a rocky outpost, but it breaks as well, and he's falling. 60 feet up, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So he's now gonna.
But he will fall towards us again, so we could grab him or have
Okay.
another.
Who's gonna try grab him?
I already used my
I'll
reaction.
You
try.
already used your reaction. You're gonna try
I'll
Xanthia?
try to grab him.
Can Amalia. She's strong.
Okay. I'm gonna say make a grapple check with disadvantage because so make an athletics check with disadvantage because he is falling.
But can Xanthia and Amalia do it together? Girl power? Because Xanthia did say it first, and then I started screaming.
I'll allow it.
So that's a strength check or
Athletics check, yeah.
flat?
'Cause
With
you're-
disadvantage.
so
said.
Xanthia's 8. You're proficient in athletics, right, Xanthia?
I'm not.
You can't help
Amalia
her. You can't
is.
use the help. Yeah, but Xanthia can't give the help action if she's not also proficient in the skill. So it would be with disadvantage. Just Amalia.
Oh, I'm sorry, Xanthia. I just screamed over you, and I apologize.
Yeah, because
It's all good.
you're basically trying to grapple him, essentially.
Let me see. That's an 18. My lowest
Succeeds.
roll.
You're able to. Amalia basically reaches out with a massive clawed hand and grabs Botch by the ankle. Now, he's still going to, basically, as she grabs him, he's still going to just do the trajectory swing and collide with the wall, sort of like grab and bonk. So he's still going to take... 1 second.
Speaking of Amalia!
Hi!
Yay!
He still takes 26 points of bludgeoning damage as he hits his head really hard against the rock.
Ha!
Oh, is this Patch?
Yeah.
Yeah, you caught Butch from falling down a cliff.
Oh, as long as it's not me falling down this time, that's fine.
Just FYI, I'm pretty sure Botch could have survived the fall if he was raging.
Yeah, raging was what I would have tried next.
Yeah. It was only 14d6. That doesn't actually add up to a whole lot, especially when it's bludgeoning and gets halved. But you all survive the treacherous rocks and carry on with your journey. And you are able to gain some headway. I'll say you gain half a day's worth of travel with everything. With the way you're able to fly, you get sort of an hour's worth of flight time. Especially across these mountains, where a lot of the sort of slowdown is due to the difficult terrain, you are able to gain about half a day's worth of travel. Another day passes. Gonna get someone to roll me a d20.
Your turn, Villa.
Oh no, I don't. Okay, I'm gonna.
It cannot be worse. It cannot be worse.
You
I'm
say
gonna
that.
use my pretty green dice. Oh, that's a 12. Getting above the 10s. I
Okay.
don't know if that's good.
Early into your journey, you're walking along. Hilira, you see it. Just as you round a bend, and you're sort of... Actually, no, at this point I'll say, as you get to one of the higher areas, in the heights of the mountains, you know, it's heavy with snow at this point. And as you round a peak, amongst the snowy rocks, you spot it. Behind a rock, the faintest protrusion of a horn. And you guys are not surprised by it, as you're able to, in terms of game mechanics, you are not surprised as about 6 minotaurs hop out from behind the rocks, some carrying javelins, others carrying weapons.
Hey, you need to talk to.
Fresh meat. And that is where we're going to take our break.
Oh no.
Cool.
So,
Do we have this?
sorry, go ahead.
I haven't even opened up Foundry yet. Is this on Foundry right now?
It's not on Foundry yet. Part of the reason I called the break was to give me a moment to prepare it on Foundry.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes? Is that good for everybody? Cool. We're back in about 5 minutes. You know, refill your canisters, use the restroom, and all get that good stuff. And thank you to the audience, and we'll see you guys very soon. Switching to be right back. Let's make sure and get out of studio mode, and hopefully everything looks A-okay. Sure? Did you cast it every time? Okay, so it only lasts a minute, you know that, right? You can cast it once without expending a spell slot. Did you do that? And would you have used it any other times? Cool, so mark off 2 more 3rd level spell slots. And we're back. And we should be A-okay. Let me just have a quick listen back on the dashboard. Yep. All good, and I think the battle cam is okay. So, on that note, is the blizzard noise okay, by the way, in your ears? It's not too loud? Good. So, popping back open Discord, and I'm going to hit... Oh, I almost forgot. So I haven't tidied this thing at all. I haven't I can't actually fucking see shit. I haven't God, this looks awful. It stays on for this fight and this fight alone. Don't you fucking dare. I'm ready to set the... Next Halloween special. Ready to set the world on fire. Alright, I hate to do this, but I can't actually hear myself in my ears, so I don't know if I'm being too loud or not through the hair, so I'm gonna have to leave it off. I'm so sorry. Like, it's gonna be no fun for anybody if we find out I'm peaking afterwards and you can't hear anything or whatnot on the stream, so... But, at some point I'll get buds and I'll do a whole thing. It'll be neat and, hearts on it. Okay. So, let me just quickly create a combat encounter. Okay. So I'm just gonna... Cool. 25 to 20? Yes. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Cool, I'm going to put him at 18.1 then, just because I know he has a higher dex than Bithynia. Very good. Let me just quickly roll for Doxos. Oh my god. Doxos coming in with a 16. And Amalia. What'd you get? 6? Okay. Yeah, Amalia's too busy shivering her little snoot at the cold, so, begin. Hilira, it's your turn. Top of the round. Sure. How's that? I don't know why that'd be the case. One moment, please. Let me just double check something. Configure permissions. The player Hilira is an owner of the token Hilira. I don't know why. How are you moving everybody? I'm not seeing anything on my screen. Oh wait, yes you are. Okay, Hilira, press escape. Now click on your token again. You're moving to a place with better internet, right? Where would you like to be moved? Oh, how? Oh, God. Hang on a second, I'm sorry. Configure lighting, unrestricted. I don't know why. Like, I'll put unrestricted vision range and then it won't save it. So, everyone should have unrestricted vision now. I don't know how that's happening. Let me do this. And then let me undo it. Ah, shit. There we go. Ah, shit. I've just bound and unbound you guys again. Because you've all technically mounted Hilira, and I did that not on purpose. Okay, fuck this noise. I'm resummoning the tokens. I think that goes against the Twitch TOS. And Daxos. Okay, so Hilira, can you move yourself now? Okay, so Botch was 18, Bithynia was 18. Initiative value 18. No, Xanthia was 17, right? Axos was 16. Pardon the... Oh, nope, that's... Amalia was 6. Hilira was 25. Bithynia was 18. And Doliso was 20, right? Damn, my memory's good when it wants to be. Okay, sorry, continue. Hilira? It doesn't look that way to me. But where would you look? Oh, sorry. Okay, so where would you like to be moved? If you look at Twitch on the stream, I'll move you for you. Okay. That's fine. Where would you like me to move you? Okay, so 5, 10, 15. Okay, just FYI, the snow is deep, so it would be difficult terrain, so from where you are, 10, 20, 30, you could move 30 feet upwards or towards the Minotaur. Okay, so 10, 20, 30. Okay. Delisa, your turn. Make an insight check. They seem to... Their overall demeanor doesn't seem to have changed. Okay. Oh, yeah. Wow, this is an old spell that I homebrewed. Wait, sorry, where do you do it? Okay. So, as she does this, you... a vortex that seems to open out onto... And you look on the other side and you see this shadowy plane of gloom and rock and death. And stepping through it, a two-headed Cerberus comes out. Yeah. Okay. Not until it's its turn. Summon it somewhere else. Yes, you can. That's fine, you can do that. Okay, it's Botch's turn. Okay. You heard them speak common. Oh, yeah. You could be, yes, absolutely. Let me just get Plummet in there. And you notice for the first time, these minotaurs seem to have ragged claws, which is unusual even for a minotaur. And the horns, you notice for the first time, seem to be almost decorated in caked blood.
You talk too much. I'll eat you first.
Nice. I like that. And you remember, Bithynia, a detail of your research. Most of the minotaurs that roam the lands of Phobos outside of the city of Scophos and the surrounding mountains are outcasts. Bandits and marauders, bloodthirsty killers infected by the wild rage of Mogis. They have more in common with monsters than they do with anything civilized. Doxos says, "These feculent stains won't be missed, even if you proudly declared it." The one directly in front of you that I'm circling with my mouse seems to be ordained more ornately with blood stains that sort of dried into his fur. His sort of blood war paint is more intricate than everybody else's. Yeah, you can move back. Okay, if you wanted to have that full conversation, that would have basically been your action, I'm afraid. It was kind of more than 6 seconds already, so you wouldn't be able to have that whole convo and Eldritch Blast. Okay, well, what is that, a wisdom saving throw? The first one rolled a 12. And the second one... 14. Okay, they're both... You sort of release these sort of spiraling like seahorses and other marine sort of like phantasmal wildlife that do these sort of beautiful, intricate, sparkly colors, and they're like... It is the Cerberus's turn. First one rolls a 3, and the other one, natural 18. So I'll say the left one, which one to the Cerberus's left, rolled the 3. Okay. Yeah, as the Cerberus spits out this molten rock, it sort of coalesces onto the Minotaur, restraining it. Anything else? Daxos' turn. He just gets them. He says to you, Bithynia, "Right idea. Wrong Minotaurs." You did the right thing. Everybody deserves a chance. But we don't have time. But we don't have time for this. And he casts Firestorm. Now, what does Hypnotic Pattern do exactly? Do they disadvantage on any saving throws, or? And is that all Incapacitated does? Or does it... Let me double check the Incapacitated condition. Okay, cool. So, only the one that is restrained automatically fails a saving throw, right? Okay, so he automatically failed. Yeah, it's a dex save. First one, or the other one that the Cerberus hit, rolled a natural 1. The next one over with a 16, I believe still fails, actually, against Daxos. Yeah, Daxos' save is 18. Okay, yeah, rolled a 6, so fails. Fails, so 3 have failed so far. Oh wait, no, natural... No, there's 16. Fails. The 2 are back. 2. And... Does he have any bonus to his dexterity? Only the one at the back succeeds. So everyone but the one at the back takes... 32 points of fire damage as just an ocean of fire erupts around them all. Almost there. Thank you for your patience. Oh yeah, so the one at the back here is instantly incinerated. He dies. And half of 32, it's 17, right? 16. One at the back is alive barely. Alright. Clean up. He says to you guys. It is this Minotaur's turn. And he's pissed. So he's going to charge towards the Cerberus. He's going to make 2 attacks. He's going to make them at Reckless as well. Does a 12 hit the Cerberus? Okay, second attack. 13. So, for the first attack, the Cerberus takes 4 plus 7 points of slashing damage. And for the second, 17 points of slashing damage. Yeah. Cool. Amalia, it's your turn. What? Can't hear you. All I heard was meow. Like, back me up here, guys. You want to move forward? Oh, echo. You guys must understand, Violet's internet router is a potato with 2 wires and an expired 9-volt battery sticking out of it. Spells and effects, echo. Where do you summon it? Okay. Wait, it's only within 30 feet of you, by the way. So this is as far as you can summon it. Okay, so that's 10 feet. That took that far. So that's 20 feet. I can't hear a word you're saying, Violet. It's too far, that's what I said. Would that be able to... Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So that's your bonus action. Okay, you're making all your attacks from the echo. Okay, go ahead and make 3 attack rolls. Sorry, 4 attack rolls, because you have 3 attacks now. Still using the echo like a drone, I see. 17 hits. That's fine. Also hits. Just hits. $11 misses. Still, that's 3d12 plus 15. If you roll high enough, you might kill him. $38.43. He's on 1 hit point. Amalia just, in a furious flurry, just like opens both of his pectorals that begin pouring blood and just lacerates him like a dozen different times. And he just, before he even recognizes what happened, he's panting heavily. And Amalia, there is a way you could kill him if you wanted. You have a way of getting another 3 attacks. And you could use the last 2 yourself, moving 5 more feet towards the Minotaur, to the other Minotaur. I'll move you 5 feet forward. Just hieroglyphs to you, isn't it? It's okay. We can just say you marked it off. Take your 3 attacks as you use Action Surge. Cool. Don't even roll. You instantly behead the Minotaur. Shing! It rolls and then sort of the snow begins to get soaked in blood and it goes red. And you're going to have to be the one to swing at the other one for your other 2 attacks. Okay, go ahead and make your attacks. Natural 20? Okay. Roll your final attack just for simplicity's sake. And that hits as well. So, first of all, roll a d12, double it, and add 5. Or just roll a d12 and tell me what you get. I'll do the rest. So, okay, so 9 on the natural 20. Okay, and roll another d12. 9. 7 plus 5 is 12, so a total of 21. Okay, so 15. Okay, he's looking... Okay, he's looking very wounded as well, but he's still up. He's still in the fight. And it is this one's turn, and it's also gonna do 2 reckless attacks against the Cerberus. Oh, shit, yeah. Okay, let me just double check something. Yeah, it's gonna have to because it can't reach, so it's gonna a DC 12. Yeah, so it rolled. It's a Minotaur. It rolled very high, so it breaks free. But that's its action, right? And that's all it can do. That's it, and it's this other Minotaur's turn. And it's going to... take 2 swings against you, Amalia. Reckless. Good thing that he did it reckless, because that was... what's this guy's modifier? 23 to hit. And second attack roll, 25 to hit. You take, for the first hit, 17 points of slashing damage, and an additional 12 points of slashing damage from the second attack. Yeah. And the last guy is going to throw a javelin at you, Hilira. 15 to hit. You dodge it, and that's his action. Your turn. Okay. Yes, you can. Okay. Dex. Oh no, it's an attack roll. Go ahead and make your attack roll. That hits. Go ahead and roll your damage. That's okay. Nice. Yeah, that kills him instantly. He just basically... It's full on like the Mummy. You... like these black veins go over his body. And he just falls back with a withered husk of what he was. Dead. Dolly says... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Insult to injury. Alright, no. Fair enough. Sorry, I thought you were working at the Minotaur. It's Botch's turn. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dolisa. Listen, I have a lot on my mind. Oof. That is an 8 for a total of 6. Oof. He's still alive, but he's not happy. Just his ears start bleeding, and so do his eyes as he's racked as this sort of psychic green arrow pierces his body and disappears through him like a ghost phasing through a wall. Amazing. Botch's turn. if he were attack, it's if you attack or attack. If you're not attacked or attacked by the end of the turn of your by the start of your next turn, your rage drops. So it wouldn't be immediate, and if he were attacked, then he'd be okay. Okie dokie. Is Bakios gonna roll on his wild magic table, or is he gonna use less? Okay, cool. Go ahead and. You know, I was just saying to myself, imagine if you rolled that one. That would be exactly what he needs. Okay, so, okay. Yeah, you should be able to. By the way, the snow is difficult terrain, but the rock is not. Yeah, that's not affected by difficult terrain. So from where he was, he could teleport just onto the rock. Okay, so if you teleport there as the bonus action, you have your full movement. Definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage. Is that including his rage damage? I believe so. Nice. Minotaur is not happy. Second attack. You roll with advantage, yeah? Yeah, 21 also hits. Okay. The Minotaur is barely alive. And he just rends him. Anything else on Botch's turn? Okay. Bithynia, it's your turn. Correct. Amalia turned him into salami. Sorry, but Rebecca, I can't hear you. Okay, now I can. Yes, you can. Yes, the one that Botch just swung at. Uh, 18 using your intelligence modifier and your proficiency bonus. Definitely hits. Oh. Cool. Roll a d8 and add your intelligence modifier. As Bithynia just, like, concentrates and the bow... Very nice. And this arcane... blue energy arrow fires and pierces this Minotaur's skull before it disappears into blue starlight. Now, Bithynia, your... Dolisa is near you. Now, Bithynia, your bow has a second function you could use at this point if you like. Have a look at the sheet. Last paragraph. Yes. You can spend one of its charges to cast Magic Missile as a bonus action at first level. So as Berthenia looses it, the two faces, she looses the arrow and pierces it, and then she does like a couple quick, like rapid fires and like these little shorter bolts that almost act like little homing torpedoes. These little bolts of blue starlight fire from the bow. Go ahead and roll. It's 3d4, right, for magic missile, I believe, at first level. Yeah, roll 3d4 and add +3. He's on death's door, but he's still alive. They're big boys. That's true. Xanthia, it's your turn. Title of the episode. That's true. A D10. You need a 4 or higher to kill him. Just enough. And so the last of the 3 magic missiles goes into his mouth, and you hear almost like a second's pause. His head explodes. If he had a head, he'd say, "Hey, fuck you." Cool, Xanthia. You have no range. What are you doing? So Xanthia with her armor is like deeper than everyone else into the snow, so you actually are about gnome height right now. So, yeah, basically. What's going on? Okay. Okay. Cerberus's turn, unless you wanted to do anything else, Xanthia. Okay. Make an athletics check with the Cerberus. So I'm going to say it, so presume it was 5, 10. Sure. It uses its movement as normal, but I will say it is able to leap 10 feet, because it's like a dog-type creature. If it were like a humanoid, I might have not said so. Cool, that's 20 feet. Yeah, so it was over here, and it went 5, 10, and then jumped. Is there anything, stipulation about after it makes an attack roll or anything like that? Okay. Okay. Now, the snow is difficult terrain, so does the Cerberus have 40 feet of movement to make that distance? Okay, so go for it. Okay, yeah, the Cerberus jumps, and it just bounds across the rocks, full-on pissed-off Rottweiler charging at this. Now, the Minotaurs that had the javelin seemed to not necessarily be of a different species, but a different subtype. They were smaller and a bit lither. So this thing is especially concerned right now. Okay. Make an attack roll. Okay. Misses. Okay. Okay. Daxos is going to turn to you, Dolisa. And he says, "It was a valiant effort." And he'll cast Guiding Bolt at 3rd level. Yeah, he still hits incredibly. He actually double check. Yeah, he rolled a 9, but with a +10 to his attack rolls, he still hits. Oh yeah, and just I'm not even gonna bother rolling. This thing it had 8 hit points, so this thing just explodes into ash and divine energy. And right. That was a nice little workout. Shall we get going? Okay. As much as a fiendish hound from the underworld can, you swear you hear a but it's more like a lol. Okay. You're able to descend from the... Sorry, go ahead.
Have, small question. Couldn't help but notice something during the fight.
I'm laughing, but Delisa's got this blankest expression. Did I do something wrong?
No, not at all. But I couldn't help but notice this whole mask floating up to your face, and to quote Bacchus, "What the fuck was up with that?" Listen, if it's too much, I don't want to intrude, but yeah.
You don't even need to make an insight check for this. She literally looks perplexed at what you're talking about. Mask, I do remember, and she looks down to where it's at, I do remember taking this mask from the battle in Melites, but floating? I've never seen it do that.
Really? That's strange, to say the least. And just to make sure, how did the battle go in your memory?
The one that we just had?
Yeah.
I mean, we defeated them, right? We vanquished them. They're gone. It went pretty well. Yes. Minimal casualties, which is always good.
Oh, definitely, yes. All right.
Delisa.
Well.
Yep.
Daxos is eyeing you suspiciously.
I'm also listening in?
Yeah. He actually, Daxos, if you guys are pausing, you guys have cleared the snow at this point, and you're back into hinterlands, having crested the mountain, this particular mountain. So Daxos just strolls up to you, leans in a little bit. And just keeps walking.
Can I help you, Daxos?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Can I do a check? Just do I know anything about the masks doing weird juju stuff thingies?
Roll a religion check.
Oh no, I'm better at history.
Can I roll a religion as well?
Go for it.
Because Joel, Lisa, and I'm guessing Joel, Lisa, and I are now on the plummet.
Yeah.
So
Stirring up. 15.
Nothing comes to mind, Hilira. Now,
I'm just staring at you.
I need to ask you something, Bithynia. Oh, sorry. I need to ask Dolisa. Oh God, my mouse is glitching out. Literally, I can't see my mouse. Okay, no, it's fixed. It's fixed. I need to ask Sammy something, which is going to inform your DC.
I'm getting grilled right now.
So I'm going to look over at Hilaire. Is there an issue? Or Xanthia, does there seem to be an issue here?
No? No?
Well, we're not sure yet.
Would you get on your religion check, Bithynia?
Not enough.
Okay.
That's why I'm like defending Dolise at this moment. I'm just like, I see nothing wrong. We all have different ways of getting into things. So Dolise, you and I know one another better than anyone else here. I would know something, right? Like, I don't know why there's any reason to grill you.
I didn't mean to be offensive.
No,
offensive. I'm sorry.
I'm not blaming you, Xanthia. I trust in what you're saying, but I can't help you any more than I have already. This was a part of the battle that I picked up, and she's talking about the mask. For some reason, it called out to me. It felt like a souvenir of sorts.
Can I hold it?
Go on, Dolisa. It's just a mask. You can go for it, right? If it's nothing.
It's just a gun, Percy. You can give it to him.
It's just an axe that's talking to you.
You just want to see. Do you just want to see it, Hilira? You can see it. It's fine.
I just want to hold it.
You can have it. You can hold it.
Thank you.
Hilira, do you need to make a deception check right now?
I just want to hold it. I just want to see. I want to maybe do something to it afterwards.
Okay.
I don't know yet. Oh, wow.
Okay, in that case, no deception check necessary if you're technically telling the truth. Okay.
She gives you two.
You give it to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just look it over and just press it to my ear? Does anything happen?
No.
Can I make a persuasion check to, like, defend Dolisa?
What do you say?
I say it's nothing. Scotty has collected many things from many fights that we've had, and I don't think anyone's ever questioned anything of that. I don't know why we should be questioning this mask.
Well, because Scotty doesn't have memory loss, Delessa does.
Okay,
memory loss? What do you mean, Hilira?
Well, you did things with this mask. It went up towards your face, you had spooky voice, and you don't remember that happening.
Do you remember summoning that hellhound, the Cerberus?
Thank you.
She thinks, and it kind of like hurts her to think about it. You can see that on her face. Yes, maybe, I don't know.
Spell magic.
Okay.
And then can Bithynia continue to, like, persuade
yes.
this? Like,
so, Bithynia, with respect to other players and that sort of thing, it would be more about the roleplay of what you say as opposed to outright rolling dice to try and persuade. Yeah, but, you've made your statement. How do the other players respond to it? Do you trust in Bithynia's word? Hilira, are you still casting the spell magic?
Yep.
On the mask?
Yep.
Cool.
Nothing happens?
You don't see anything happen. You don't see you don't hear any sound of any enchantment break or any, you don't hear anything.
Question.
Yeah?
Is the mask that she has the mask from the first fight we had? when
Correct.
They like.
Okay.
Ducks-
Also, sorry.
Hmm.
Amalia grabbed Elisa by like, put her paws on like either like her cheek, like make her stare at her and be like, "What do you remember?" Before, do you remember when you put the mask on your face, or then blank?
I don't remember the mask going on my face at all. I'm scared, guys. I'm sorry.
Guys,
And then hugs her.
Everyone calm down a moment.
Okay.
Bithynia, you've known Delisa the longest. And I've known you a long time as well. So, I give your word value if you stand for her. That being said, Delisa, if you'll permit me
Fuck you in the letter P, stupid Mike.
if you'll permit me a moment.
And he approaches you.
Yes.
He...
You see it. You see at this point, she's like not having like an anxiety attack, but she's like on the verge. Like it's a very anxious moment for her. She's kind of obviously confused about what's going on and like scared at the same time.
He waves his hand in front of your face, and his eyes, which are already like smoldering embers, flare like into white-hot fire, and then fade as he finishes his incantation.
I sense nothing.
From the mask or her?
From her, no.
I think.
Ailments, no. Charms affecting her.
Okay, well, the good thing is, like, the mask doesn't bring any bad things on her.
It shouldn't do. It's
that's
just gold. Return masks are just... I mean... The dark connotations are more proverbial than magical or literal. The objects themselves have always been just... objects, non-magical.
Have you ever, like, so she turns around and looks at Delisa again. Have you ever brought a Cerberus into the world before this? Or is this a now thing?
No, not that I can remember.
Okay, so it's the mask. It's definitely the mask. I think it's fine, though.
That's not necessarily fair. Xanthia, could you
Yeah.
always negate the spells of others?
Always no.
It's you got better with practice, right?
Yeah.
Elira, could you always run that fast?
Oh, it's always pretty fast, yeah.
But could you run that fast?
No.
You got better over time.
And just to clarify, I didn't do anything untoward to you all, did I? You
No.
weren't hurt.
No, not at all. Don't worry.
I'd
was
hate
just-
for that to happen.
Concerned for you. That's
I
all.
appreciate it. No, I do. Thank you, Xanthia.
I
You've
will.
all...
Your mask back. I didn't mean to scare you.
No, it's fine. I'm just a bit confused, that's all. I'll have to take some time to process this, but thank you for looking out for me. You've all welcomed me into Tempest with open arms, and I am forever grateful for that. Does anybody need any healing?
We should
yeah.
cover as much ground as we can before nightfall. We're still days away. We can rest up in the mansion, but we should cover ground now.
Okay.
Agreed.
And you guys move on. Bithynia, take a point of piety for mediating a point of conflict.
No.
Hilira, take a point of piety for engaging in effective communication and coming to an accord.
Yay. He likes me again.
All right. You guys travel the rest of the day, and let's say between yesterday and today, in terms of the time you've traveled, you gain a day's worth. Well, yes. Yesterday was the storm, right? Or did I misremember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you haven't yet
rainstorm.
gained a day's worth of travel. If you do another day of flying after this, that will... So you gained half a day, so... Anyway.
Oh, no.
No, the storm
was
was
this-
the day
yeah, go
before. Yesterday was when
the
Bacchus
gorge,
almost...
the gorge, yes. So you guys have gained a day's worth of travel by this point. So you are actually, at this point... And I'm going to reactivate the world map. If you're traveling at a fast pace as well, that'd be... That would be 30 miles. And... Yeah, you guys would be in the... that sort of three-pronged river section of the... Oh, I think I stopped showing the map.
Could
1 second.
I
Sorry.
take a second to talk to Hilera as well?
Yes, you could. Are you in the mansion or this beforehand? You guys
Anywhere.
have made it to
mansion
about...
is fine.
You guys have made it to about here, this point, and you've been able to descend beyond the mountains as the sort of the white, ragged peaks and the rocky outcrops that almost resemble sort of like Arizona red rocks in some places in the sort of Mediterranean-style Grecian mountains. You're able to descend past those into lush but sort of more sort of autumnal climate mountains. You know, sort of like not everything is evergreen here necessarily, but you're in sort of a rivered valley, and it's a lot more peaceful. But go ahead, Xanthia, sorry.
Yeah. So are we still in the mansion, or
You can
where
be in the
are we
mansion.
at the moment? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna find Hilera and just pull her to the side real quick. Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
I just wanted to check in with you to see how you're feeling, since we are pretty close to Akros at the moment, and I just wanted to know how you're holding up.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah?
I think you should ask Bacchus, though, how he's doing, because I talked to him well, I talk to him almost every day, but a few days ago I talked to him because I had a spell. I did a spell, and it didn't hurt me.
That's a good start, yeah.
I know! I didn't get myself hurt. But he was quite mean.
Really? What did you say?
Well, wait. No, I don't like to gossip.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true. I really do like to gossip. But
You hear a voice, Hilira. I was about to say, if there was anything that was going to get me to turn your powers off, it was that.
everyone else agrees. But we talked about how I found out about like the twin swords on the island. I found out a little bit more about it. I should really talk to Daxos or Bithynia about that because they're smart. They might know a little bit more. Anyways, but I talked to him about it in the middle of the night, which maybe wasn't very smart. But I talked to him, and then he was like, Lady Hilira, have you ever been in like a proper fight? And I was like, yeah. And then he was like, no, you haven't. And then, that feels like a wrong voice for him. And then
I get the spirit, yeah.
Yeah. And then he said I was really talkative, and that's true. But it's sore spots. So Yeah, I told him he was being mean, and I think he apologized, sort of, but I don't know. I feel like there's something going on with him because he's never been mean to me before.
Mm. Yeah, that does not seem like him. I'm sorry.
How are you?
Have been better, have been worse. Still not sleeping too great, but
Well, if you can't sleep, you can always come to my room if you want, and we can talk, or I don't know, we can just, sleeping alone isn't always very fun.
I would feel bad to keep you from your sleep, but I'll keep it in mind.
Also, when we were playing the game, who do
Mhm.
you think Amalia has a crush on?
Good question, honestly. I was very taken aback by that, to be honest. Did not see that coming.
I thought she had a crush on Vorak, so I was like, what?
Do you think it's Delisa?
It could be, because she said, like, oh, I don't really know them very well, and that would be Delisa.
Mm-hmm.
I said that very wrong. Her name is sorry, Delisa.
She's not there.
I know. But I always pronounce names wrong, okay? But yeah, I think it could be. What if it's you?
Me?
Yes!
Cats love fish.
Cats don't like to get wet.
Like yin and yang, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's safe to assume that she wouldn't like visiting me in my grotto room very much, I guess.
You would have to meet in the middle like star-crossed lovers. It'd have to be in secret because it would be awkward for the party. And then one night you both die. I read that in a book.
That
bring
sounds
you back.
like a bummer.
It really was kind of a bummer book.
But yeah, if there was a love story going on within the party, I really would hope that no one would die.
No, that would be... Well, in the end, everybody dies.
We're going to look back on this episode about, I'm guessing, 30 episodes.
But,
right this moment.
Yeah. No, kind of a happy ending would be nice.
Yeah.
Honestly, I also thought that initially I thought it might have been you, but yeah, she said she doesn't know that person very well, and that doesn't apply. You've known each other for quite a long time, right?
Also, she talked about the whole, Scotty being a brother. She's called me a sister before, so that would just be kind of weird.
Yeah.
And
indeed.
that nod that I just got confirmed it.
No metagaming happening here. Interesting, yeah. But yeah, you do have a point there.
She deserves love.
Definitely, yeah. I'm also very happy for Bithynia, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
No one needed to, Rebecca. And that's not a botch thing. That's just an Amalia and botch thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But back to my theory. It could also be Bakyo's. You know how romantic enemies to lovers is? Oh my god.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest, but
no, I don't think so either.
Whatever floats a boat.
A lot of things float a boat.
Water, in most cases.
Depends on the boat. It could also be lava. Different kind of boats.
I've never seen a lava boat.
I don't think I've ever seen lava.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, wait, I might have seen lava. I just might have not remembered.
Not from up close. You've seen little faint, distant orange light when Mount Velus erupts, which can be seen from across, but not in any meaningful capacity.
I've seen it from very far away from my bedroom window.
Didn't know that you could see Mount Velus from across. That's
You can.
good to know.
Yeah.
You guys can see Mount Velus from... You guys have been able to see Mount Velus on the higher peaks that you've been on. It's a bit taller than the other mountains.
Yeah, Xanthia is not that smart, though.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm to get back to my original question, I'm very glad that you're feeling all right about the whole being this close to Akros thing.
Oh, I'm not okay with it. I'm gonna be really honest. I think right now I would rather die than go back to Akros. But you know, Akros is in danger, so I guess I have to live.
Yeah. But you know, we'll all do everything in our power to support you and to keep Akros safe and your family and you, and also to make sure that, I mean, you didn't talk a lot about your family, but it seemed very traumatic in some cases, and to make sure that you don't have to go back there because you are part of Tempest. And I'm rambling, but yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm here for you. We're all here for you.
That's very sweet, Xanthia.
Of course.
We're just now standing in this corner. Like, are you gonna leave and then I leave? Would you? I'm not very good at this. Wait, I have an idea. I cast Safe Passage and I teleport her away.
What the?
Do you need to be able to see where you're going? Because I'm going to ask for you to roll a d20 if you do.
Well, if we're in a corner, I can see like one way, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna teleport her there.
Okay.
What I can see. I don't know if I have to see it.
What was that for?
I don't know. I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
Sorry, I guess.
I guess I'll go for a morning swim.
You guys hear
see
a
you later.
You guys hear a boom, boom, boom. Can you keep it down?
We're having a heart-to-heart, Buckyos.
Well, it's fucking loud.
Oh, that seems like a you problem.
Just go back to sleep.
Really, that man?
Okay. Unless there's anything else.
Nope.
Delisa,
Are-
before you go to bed, you hear a at your door. Did that like make a noise? Because this mic is super directional. Okay. And I'm going to ask that everyone but Sammy hop into the secrets channel and come back when I tell you to.
Oh, Secret's voice chat?
Yeah. That way it's just Sammy on the stream voice chat.
Good luck, don't die.
You're like huge, by the way, because Discord auto adjusts, just FYI, like your visage.
That's fine. I'm chilling.
Delisa, you hear a knock at your door.
Hello, who is it?
A familiar fiery-haired half-nymph walks in, with a smug smirk
Doug.
playing about his lips.
Feel free to take a seat.
He does. Boy,
And to think you were the one apprehensive about me.
Whatever do you mean?
Come off it. Number one, I could smell it on you. From one person who's different to another. And second, when I examined you for ailments, I also learned a bit about your nature. Looks like I'm not the only one who's the only one of their kind. In this mansion, at least.
I would say she still looks confused about the words that are coming out of Daxos's mouth, and she's struggling to process them in any form of way. I don't know what you mean, Daxos.
Oh, come off
you
it.
can enlighten me.
Come on. From one not entirely human to another.
I am human.
He rolled a 20, modified 20 on his insight check. Are you lying? Do you believe what you're saying?
I am playing Dolisa like she doesn't know.
Okay, so yes, you.
Oh my god, you don't know.
I guess not. Am I ill?
No. You're a little bit like me. You're not entirely human.
What am I?
It's celestial in origin, to be sure. It's not a nymph. I know that scent. It feels almost slightly alien. I don't recognize that particular brand of divinity.
Well, if it helps, I don't remember much of my childhood, to be honest with you. I have early memories of growing up on the streets of Delathon, but before that, everything becomes hazy. It hurts to think about.
Well, you're more special than you give yourself credit for, it seems. I'm afraid further deciphering is beyond me, at least with the equipment I have here. But one, at least, of your parents is not human.
I've never met my parents.
Me neither. I know what it's like. And listen, I'm not going to say anything. The information is to do with you what you will. Is yours to do with what you will. But know this. Being like us, it puts a target on your back. From the moment of born, we are beacons to those who would seek to use us for good or for ill. And once it's out there, there's no taking it back. People forever People's perception of you is forever colored by knowing what you are, for better or for worse.
She takes a gulp. Her eyes like darting left to right.
He picks up an apple from a bowl of fruit on your bedside table.
This is a pomegranate.
Yes.
He's holding an apple, so there's a moment of, what's he saying?
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is a pomegranate.
What do you mean?
This is a pomegranate.
But it's an apple.
That's how certain you need to be before you let something like that out.
Daxos, is there evil inside of me?
I truly don't know. All I identified in you is that you are free of magic influencing your will or anything about magic is not influencing you. And you have celestial blood in you. I do not know what's inside your mind. But all I've seen is a compassionate girl who wants what's best for her friends. But maybe doesn't always know exactly what she's doing. And maybe that's nothing. Or maybe that's just something that needs working on, or at least addressing, and it will wind up being nothing. Or maybe it's something, but I know the gods gave us free will.
Yes. You hit the nail on the head, Daxos. That's all I ever want. What's best for Tempest and my friends. And I'm afraid I'm putting that in jeopardy. And I don't even know how or why or what's going on with me. I'm scared, but I appreciate your help. We all do.
Of course. You know where to find me if you need anything.
He gives you a friendly nod and
good evening.
And excuses himself.
Good night, friend.
Cool. I'm going to message them on the stream chat. Cool. I've tagged her, so should be a second. I'm
not sure them when they come back.
Oh, the delay can't be that long. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So, just a quick one before we pick back up. So, I'll have the new characters sorted out before next week's session. That's fine.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So where are we at now? We are in the mansion. The door's been open and we're in the mansion now? Or where are we at?
Yes, you found Delisa with her throat slit in the middle of the night. No, I'm kidding.
Excuse me? I said don't die, Sammy. Don't die.
Well,
Just no.
Okay.
Oh my
God.
Okay.
Morning is coming. You guys are setting off again.
No.
Okay, go ahead. No, sorry. All right, go ahead.
No, because we didn't get time in the freaking hut, and I need to talk to Dolisa.
Okay, go for it.
So I'm gonna go to Dolisa's room before people start getting up. Just...
Okay. You hear a knock, Dolisa.
Come in.
So I'll make my way in and sit on the bed. So how did you sleep last night?
You can she's normally like bright and spriteful, but you can tell that there's something, it's plaguing her mind. I'll be honest with you, Bithynia, you're my closest friend. I didn't have any nightmares or anything like that, but there's a lot to process after what happened yesterday. It's been plaguing my mind ever since.
Which particular part? The part that Xanthia brought up to you, or the part where you lost part of your memory during the fight?
Well, I guess both things are intertwined, aren't they? So I would say both.
Yes, it's quite concerning. There's three things that I know. Oh, continue.
Oh, I was just going to say I appreciated you. It wasn't a conflict in my mind, but you stepped in and were there for me, and I appreciate that. So, thank you. Not that the other girls were doing anything wrong. I know they want what's best for me. I fully understand that. I'll take any help that I can get at the moment, I guess.
Right. My question, I have, a few statements. One, Mility's quite important and really important to me. And Tempest, also really important to me. And while I've known you longer than I've known Tempest, I am aware and understanding, based on the reaction from Daxos and yours as well, that something is not right and there's something wrong. And I don't know if it's the mask or it's you, but I refuse to allow whatever that was to come between Melitise and Tempest. We need to figure out a solution sooner rather than later. Do you have any ideas on how we can do that?
I don't. I mean, you can see like she's on the verge of like tears, just with the confusion and the and just the whole stress of the situation, especially with you putting it into context. No, not really. I don't know. I never knew my parents. You know this. I don't know if they're still alive, dead. I don't know a lot. There's a lot I don't know from when I was young. It escapes me. All I remember is being on the streets of Delathon, a young teenage girl making her way through life. But anything before that is blurry. It's distant, and the more I think about it, the more it hurts me. So I don't even have a mother or father to ask any questions about who I am or what's going on with me. I don't know.
So Bithynia will wrap her arms around her. I understand all too well the disconnect when you don't have parents who are with you after your birth. And I know that's one of the things that has connected us. It's unfortunate that we have both found ourselves in predicaments that would not be desirable by those who had a choice, and yet here we are together, making the most of it. But I just wanted to put that out there because it seems now that Xanthia had some sleep issues and now you have, and it seems like these have started cropping up with not one but two of tempests following your procuring that mask, which is unfortunate. I don't know if it is the mask or you, but I don't know if we should maybe make a better use for it. Everyone else who picked something up along the way didn't bring it with them, I don't think, or they had it inspected or, repaired or, brought to the attention of other people here in Tempest before they brought it so that it wouldn't subject us to any issues.
That's what I'm worried about. I don't want to put the group at harm. I'm scared, Bithynia.
Well, I think that fortunately for both of us, we have daylight ahead of us, and we will definitely take care of you and see to it that anything that happens out of the ordinary will be addressed sooner rather than later. But when she'll loosen her arms, it can't be more dangerous than that time that we were doing like foxy boxing at the bar that or tavern that one night.
I can't believe to this day that you roped me into doing that. That is not what I normally partake in, but it does serve for a very fond memory.
I can't run, but what I lack in speed, I make up in flexibility. So if I'm going to win at something, it's going to be that.
Yes.
How else do you think I was going to utilize those skills that I learned at the Pantheon the day before by watching and observing?
I think at this point, you thinking back on memories and just trying to break down this whole situation, you have flashes of memories of nothing like what happened in the battle, but acts of like moments that are just completely kind of random, kind of not in line with her normal personality, and you think back and they come to your mind in that moment. There's nothing, no memories of altered voices or floating or masks levitating or anything like that. Just moments of out of character actions. They just flash into your mind at that point.
So as she's leaving, because she does know, more in depth of where she came from, more or less. There are some years that she doesn't have. Well, I'm glad that forever and always we can be the flower and the bee. But just remember, when it comes to grappling at the least, who has the upper hand. So should any of this otherworldly behavior happen in or out of a fight, I will get you personally. You understand?
Are we going for round 2?
I think the rest are waiting on us, but there are a few glasses of wine tonight, maybe.
Just cuts to the rest of everybody just waiting outside the mansion. It's like 11 a.m. What the fuck are they doing?
I don't think you want to know.
I don't think it's that.
Yeah, if it was that, I wouldn't be as mad.
But I thought Bithynia and Zoe...
That's what I'm saying!
That doesn't happen. Okay. So this section of the journey, you'll be able to travel across the rivers and the valley. So you will be able to move faster because you're not having to climb across mountains. Let me actually zoom in on the map so the audience can see. So, can I get somebody to roll me a d20?
Also, by the way, the marker for where the party is still in melodies, for me at least.
I don't know how that's possible. Maybe try refreshing the page?
No, still in melodies.
Foundries are being a bit weird at the moment. Is it moving when I move it?
Let me see. Oh, I was checking Legend Keeper.
Are you checking Legend Keeper? No, it's on Foundry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, then.
Sorry.
Then yeah, I see where we are.
It's just
Sorry.
easier to move it on the fly with Foundry. I will update it on Legend Keeper as well. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so can I get someone to roll me a d20? As you guys are traveling, by the way, Daxo says,
We'll reach
Yes.
Velos in a day and a half, if we're lucky.
Ooh. Violet, it's your time to shine.
No, it's alright, 2 days. But yeah, we've chosen 2 days.
7 on the D20, by the way.
7.
Oh, we've had 7 before.
Yeah, I think I rolled a 7.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. But I updated it.
Oh, darn.
Dang it.
A calm day with no events.
Yay!
Yay!
Wait, no, sorry, looking at the wrong one.
Oh.
As you guys are traveling in the valley, Hilira, you hear a sound, and it takes you a moment, but you recognize it. It's the sound of a bow being pulled taut. And before you guys can react, from behind, because you guys are in sort of this lush valley at this point, from behind trees that you were next to and sort of even emerging out of the ground, you see a dozen Goliaths.
Sorry, guys.
Bows drawn, some with axes at the ready. One of them stands larger than the rest. And these are stone Goliaths in particular, not Hecaton ones, just for your reference.
Halt. State your business.
Alyssa?
Thank you, first of all, for not firing. Let me introduce ourselves. We are Tempest, and we definitely don't have any business with you fine Goliath folk. We're making our way to Mount Velos on a very important mission. If you need to know more, I can tell you. But we have no reason to quarrel with you.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 22.
Nice.
You intend to leave our territory?
Yes, and I wholeheartedly apologize for trespassing through it. We are not native to these lands, and yes, we are just passing through.
Cracks a half smile. He's an older Goliath with a heavy, like, shaggy beard. Clearly some sort of chieftain.
Well, I like to think I'm not a fool. And I know despite half of you being prettier than both my daughters, you're more dangerous than you look. And there's more of you than I feel like killing on an empty stomach. We will accompany you. You will traverse this land and make exit out of our valley before nightfall. Or our section of the valley before nightfall. Come.
As you wish.
Yoki.
And he turns around
Can
and
I link arms with the older Goliath and walk beside him?
I'm going to say make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Where's my persuasion?
This is the baby of us, I swear to God.
Wait, persuasion.
You know-
That's a 15.
You know, Ashley Johnson had to, as a druid, turn into a quokka. Tempest has a human version of a quokka. You guys haven't seen...
True.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks at you.
Hi.
As incorrigible as Navali.
And he gently, it doesn't come across as threatening, grabs you by the back of your breastplate, hoists you onto his back, and you guys watch as his shoulder pops, his back cracks, and his mouth elongates into a snout of a bear. As in but a moment, a massive werebear
Nice.
stands forward, and he's like a solid 2 feet taller than he was. And then sort of, like, he's still standing on his hind legs, but he's sort of moving forward at a faster pace.
I'm doing pets. I'm giving pets.
Scritches are felt. Yeah, this particular Goliath tribe, which was a friendly one, it seems, discreetly and quickly escorts you across the land. They show you a few shortcuts, a few easier ways to cross the river. You make some time. And by nightfall, you're back in the mountains.
Do we get his name? The Goliath.
You can ask it.
Behan.
There, what's your name? Bahan. I'm Hilera.
You're like little bunny rabbit.
I don't know why I keep doing Dark Souls. You're like little bunny rabbit.
You're like a big werebear.
He winks at you. Don't you know it? Okay.
And would I know what city they're from?
You would know they're not from a city. Goliath tribes sort of reside either nomadically or in halls carved into sort of grottos and other cavernous systems within the mountains themselves. They generally reside, almost similarly to Leonin, in tribes of up to 100, and some of the more prominent Goliath tribes more so, but they're semi-nomadic in the Karakhan Mountains and Oraniads, respectively. But doesn't mean they can't be approached, doesn't mean they don't have strongholds or cities. They're just not necessarily marked out on a map. But that information would be attainable.
Should I ask this one right now? For reasons?
You can
Sure.
certainly try.
What is his name again?
Behan.
Bahan. So I'll come up on Dolisa. Are you on a plummet with me still?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to walk up. Because how tall is a Goliath? They're pretty tall, yeah?
Oh, this guy's like 9 feet tall.
Okay, so I'm still looking up to him. Bahan, was it?
Yes.
Have you ever been to Melites before?
I'll confess I have not.
While this is
Well-
happening, by the way, Delisa, a different Goliath, a younger male, is grinning at you.
So, do you have locally? It's my understanding that you, the Goliath of the area, have strongholds throughout. Do you, with your area in particular, do you have one person who's a leader, or in charge, or?
You're looking at him. You ask about
Oh.
our stronghold. Why?
Because I don't know anything about the area. All I know is what I've learned in books. So thank you for being cordial and polite and allowing us to pass through. I was going to send thanks to that person, but I guess it's you. Thank you.
Gives you a nod. You yourself have honored our wishes and our territorial bounds. We respect that.
And I don't know if you're up for more questions, but are you familiar with the because I only know what I've ever learned in books, but I was curious if you were familiar with Skopos to the northeast of here?
Occasionally, bands of those cattle-faced vermin incur on our valley. Their pelts make fine bedding.
That is curious. Okay. Have any of them been cordial at all or polite? Certainly, they can't all be heathens and barbaric, no?
The ones we have encountered. To venture this far from those lands. They would not do so if they were welcome within Skopos.
That is fair. And one last question, because you seem to know the area quite well. I appreciate you. Have you ever heard of a petrified egg flower?
Yes.
Have you seen any recently, or do you have any suggestions for where I should look? I was hoping to procure one.
You're traveling to Mount Velos?
And then she'll hesitate before telling him, yes, we are.
Dolisa said it. He was more reaffirming it as well, so...
Yeah. Yes, we are. We are going there.
He thinks for a moment. Points. Take that eastern ridge. And crest Mount Krakix. The mountain itself is angular. There is a noticeable flat rocky outcrop in the shadow of that mountain. You may find what you are looking for there.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me? Anything that you've ever been curious about Melodies that I might be able to fill you in on?
Takes the measure of you. Are you open to becoming one of my wives? No, I'm just fucking with you.
It wasn't a no. It just wasn't not yet.
Oh. Well, I knew my guns were irresistible, but I did not think this much. But by his tone, he's very clearly having a laugh right now. He's not being super serious.
Delisa bumps in and she's like, I did notice your friend over there was taking a keen interest on me as well. But the only thing I will say is the last time me and Bithynia went on a double date was with two satyrs, and they both stood us up. And we went to the party that we were meant to be going to. They actually went together. So as long as you don't do that, then there's a chance.
Kolox, what do you say? And this sort of proud warrior with like a mohawk braid down his head rears to his full height. He's not as tall as Bahan, but he's not far off. And he seems to carry two massive spears just slung across his back. A gentleman never stands a lady up.
And so she'll shoulder Dolly, say, hey, we gotta come out here more often.
Daxos rolls his eyes and just shoves the key into thin air. I'm so glad these bed sheets disappear in the morning. And just opens the door and just walks inside. So, what do you guys do?
Well, Amalia follows after and looks quite angry, to be honest.
Okay.
I will say. Wait, are we actually doing this? No one. No. I think Dolisa would stop you, Bithynia, and kind of pull you to one side and be like, as much as these two strapping fellows would probably provide a good time, your heart is with somebody else, is it not?
Yes, my heart is with her, but I have other parts that can be with them.
Do you actually say that?
Yeah.
Bithynia, take a point of inspiration for that line.
Wow.
Dying.
I just want you guys to know I'm sitting on the werebear and I'm just like, what is happening?
There's a female Goliath warrior who's next to you, Hilira, as she mouths.
Okay, so Dolisa.
She giggles and she's like, "That was very, very funny, Bithynia. But we should not take love for granted." You do love Zoe, right?
Yes, I do.
So let's not misplace that love. How do you think she would feel if you found out that you slept with two Goliath men and me?
I think that we have an arrangement where I understand the position she's in and or positions that she could be in when we're apart, and likewise for me. And I think that would be understanding. However, if you'd like, I could retreat to the room, and if you'd like, I actually wanted to write her a letter, which might better my time this evening, even though we don't always get up to the mountains with these Goliath men who are just here and willing, Dolisa.
This conversation. Wow.
While you're hinting at polyamory there, I would like to take the opportunity to remind you about that polyamorous Loxodon friend that we had back at Decatia. They got us in a lot of trouble, and I think we're already in enough.
Kolox interrupts you, Dolisa, looking at Bithynia now, says, "TikTok, it's getting dark. Yes or no?" And by the way, the older man is sort of, he was more kidding. It's the younger guy who was being serious.
We're gonna have to pass, unfortunately. But a rain check, you know where I'm at. Melodies, just say the name Bithynia, people will know who I am, and she won't be here, so we'll be good then.
Remember my name, Kolox. I may be busy paying a visit. But
Okay.
rain check for sure. And the tribe moves on, and you wave a tearful goodbye to those what are they called? These muscles.
Trapezius?
Yeah. You wave a tearful goodbye to those trapeze, to those like rippling trapezoids, as Kolox walks away.
Can I go and find Amalia?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna follow
Wait,
in.
before he does, question, does Daxos by any chance have like a gym in his mansion?
Oh yeah,
Okay, she's in there.
he's with you actually. I need a good sparring session.
Yeah, I might hurt you if we start sparring. I'm really angry right now. I need to pop the piece.
Oh wait, you're serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Oh, I'm Daxos, I love you like a brother, but I need something to like knock to the floor and bury it under the floor. And then she starts boxing away.
He you cast telekinesis and punches you in the face with like the fury of like you are knocked on your ass like 20 feet backwards in this gym.
Nice.
He just telekinetically shoves you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I need something else. Preferably to box. Not you. Something.
Well, come on.
I'm done with this shit, and then she leaves the room.
All right, fine.
He casts Summon Construct and summons a iron golem.
And then
Better.
she starts attacking them. Much better, thank you.
So Amalia is boxing it, and then Daxos is in the corner with like his hands like this. now Daxos is old school. He's doing this, like a 1980s arcade. You swear you hear Daxos in the corner. Amalia going
Up, down, down, BA, start. Combo.
Okay, what are you doing, Hilira?
I'm gonna try and find Amalia.
Not that hard. Just follow the sound of clanging.
Yeah, and then as I see her letting her anger out, I'm like, you know what? Time. And I'm just gonna thumbs up Daxos, like, doing great, bud. And then
He lets go of the miming controller he's holding to give you a thumbs up.
did I see her expression change?
Roll a
When she-
perception check. Retroactively.
Okay. Perception. Where's my perception? I can never find things. 15.
Amalia, would you have tried to hide it?
No, when she's angry, everyone can see it.
Okay, you saw it.
Okay. So I clog that, thumbs up to Daxos, and then I look back and I'm just in my brain. I'm like, she got mad. Why did she get mad? She got mad about the thing. And I'm just gonna wander
Okay.
around the place just thinking.
Unless anyone wishes to do anything else. You guys... Oh, yes, Bithynia?
Yeah, I wanted to go see Dolisa again.
Okay.
So where's Dolisa at right now?
Where is Dolisa right now?
Delisa, yeah, just probably just in a room or something.
Question, how furious are you right now, Bithynia?
I'll be
I'm
fine.
kidding.
You knock on the door, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Come in.
So she's coming in with paper in hand. Dolisa? I am not
Yes.
angry at you or anyone. I am just going to channel my energy into another activity, and I was hoping that you could help me because you were the one who helped me out of that potential mistake that just happened.
Well, that's why I'm here for you. I am the flower to your bee, after all.
Oh, love it. Always have and always will. So they're hot, but okay. So with Zoe, we know that she likes daisies and she looks amazing in pink and red, but I was thinking I don't know much about her beyond what like people have said about her because we've only had some interaction. So it was like thinking that I could write her she doesn't really need letters, but I could ask her some questions to get to know her, and you are more tactful when it comes to meeting or learning about people. What do you think I should ask her to like get to know her that like you wouldn't find out normal?
Right, but let me stop you there a second. Am I right in saying with the intention of a impending proposal?
I mean, that could happen in the future, but I'd have to get to know her more I mean, you're the one who said that you would officiate something. That was never my idea to begin with, but I'm not against it either.
Bithynia, you hear a gentle knock at the door. The door's open, by the way. It's sort of left ajar. You turn and see Doxos.
Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. You're writing a letter?
I was going to write a letter, yes. Oh, well, a few letters, actually, but this one is for one person in particular.
Do you have a way of sending it?
Not yet, but
leave that to me.
I was going to wait till. Okay.
Write the letters. I'll deal with the sending.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Doxos. You are
no problem. Gives me something to do.
And miracles and fun. Okay. Doxos, would you like to help with this letter, or is there anything else?
I'm gonna need to be working on the way to send it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting us know.
Here's what I'll say about getting to know her. I in recent times, I've come to really value the ethics of a person. Their morals and beliefs are are a high priority. When falling in love, you have to be compatible in that way. So asking questions to do with that, maybe give her some political scenarios. I'm sure she's well versed in those, and make sure those align together first and foremost.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
How to handle conflict. But what about the fun things? I feel like I spend so much time in the books. I get a snapshot of things, like how tall they are and how they did many great things. It's like everyone I associate with is, it's like how many things that they've bought and how much rewards they've been given. But trying to find out the little things is much more difficult unless you have time. So.
Yes, and I think long distance communication like that is good for now, but you should definitely have more face-to-face interactions with her. I would advise that.
So if I had a letter, which I do because I have this paper and pens here, what are some more fun things that you could think of that's just getting surface level so that we could get into some of those more important things when we are in person?
I don't know. I mean, first and foremost, you should tell her how much you're thinking about her, how much you care about her, how much you miss her. That's always a good start. Make sure you start with that. It's been a while since you last seen her, or will be by the time she receives it.
It'll be a few weeks.
Yes. It's always a touchy subject, but you could talk about maybe past relationships, things like that. That always brings some good stories out, but it depends on how it ended, I suppose. It might be a bit touchy.
But then, okay, that is good. You are always a great source of information when it comes to those interpersonal relationships. But you know what I realized? I had this wild idea. I kind of talked to the university about our fort, and now that it's built up a little more, maybe I can approach them again. But I had this idea of writing these people from these different areas of Theros, but I didn't actually talk to Melbai about it. So I think I should write her a letter, because if I'm going to be inviting these people from other areas, I think maybe that might be important. What do you think?
You're talking about your Sphinx. What did you say?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah. No, not Melbai. Yeah, that was a Sphinx. I meant Melpadia.
Melpadia. That.
Yeah,
yes.
sorry.
Yes, that makes a world of sense to invite her.
But do you think I should talk to her first, or should I just be surprise, or have a secret meeting? I don't know. I've never really done this before.
I think she should be in constant communication through the whole process, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to be writing this letter to Zoe, telling her I'll be in town, and then I'll write one to Malpia, telling her about this, and then I think I will write it to I don't know who for maybe a month and a half out, because if we're not going to be home for another couple of weeks, maybe then I would want the information to get to Meldamai before the other people.
You mean Morpedia again? Or did you...
Yeah, there you go.
Now I'm confused.
You keep mixing the two.
So many M names. Eee. Okay. Okay. Do you have anything for me? Do you feel better? Are you good?
No, you should update her on what's going on with us and ask her, yes, what is she occupying herself with it at the minute? And just make conversation on that.
Okay. Then she'll wrap her arms around him. Oh, Lisa, you're the best. Flower to the bee forever. Give a kiss and then head out to her own room.
Okay. And as night becomes day, the first of Inixios becomes... the Inixios, the first, becomes Selenos the second, the second day of Cathabasion, the new month. And you guys begin the final leg of your journey. Hilira, would you be continuing to use the flight stuff?
Sure.
Okay. So mark off the appropriate spell slots for 6 hours worth of travel. No, sorry, 8 hours worth of travel. If you're starting at 8 a.m. in the morning, 8 hours worth of travel total. And as you ascend back into the mountains, and you crest over hills and valleys, sections where you have to climb. At one point, Botch is forced to knock down a tree so you guys can cross. It's basically a montage of you guys traversing these treacherous mountains. There's even the second where you guys huddle down as a massive iron scale hydra goes by because you got other things to do. But the looming presence of Mount Velos, with the plume of smoke, an ominous beacon calling you to your destination, getting closer. Highlands becomes snow as you climb higher and higher. Snow set in. It's still it's sort of more like highlands at this point. But you get higher and higher upon this massive volcano, the plume of smoke thick and black. As you guys begin to ascend this ashy crumble. Actually, no, so it's a different sound at this point. As you guys begin to ascend, the soil begins to blacken, and the rocky outcrops stop being sort of more sedimentary and smooth, and they start to resemble volcanic soil and sort of that far rougher volcanic rock. As you climb higher, and I take it back, actually, there wouldn't be snow. That's too hot. You begin to feel like you have to take off your winter clothes where you were traversing the snow sections, and you actually sort of... But then you lose your shawl just because it's getting a bit hot under the collar. And as Ilira, you take a look back, and you can see in the distance,
From a distance,
a familiar city perched upon a stone plateau. It's far away. So it's not quite that moment of pained recognition. It's just far away enough that it can be a little bit still removed in your mind. But you look onwards, and you keep going. And continue to climb, and it gets steepier and rockier and more treacherous, but Daxos has been quiet all day, and he just moves forward with a singular purpose. I forgot to mention as well, you were, with his directions, the Goliath, you were able to find a singular flower of the kind that was described. But about 8 hours into your travel, you just hear a low gruff say, "We're here." And you see Daxos pointing, and you look where he's pointing, and there is a temple entrance doorway in the very side of the volcanic mountain. It resembles in many ways the temples, the front of many of the temples you see in Meletis, or even, Hilera Akros, like sort of the columned structures and the triangular roof, but made of the blackest basalt rock and carved directly into the mountain. And from inside you see the doorway glows with orange light. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
No!
Because it's 10:45.
I know!
Another hour.
The one time I don't have to leave early.
Do you want to keep going?
I don't know.
Your call.
I have a doctor's appointment in like 10 hours, but
8 hours of sleep?
All in favor of going on just a little bit longer, say aye.
I would love to, but if people can't, then that's okay.
Oh no, I can.
I don't want to go yet.
I just need one 1 minute break, and then I will be right back.
All right. Cool. Yeah, we'll call that 2 minutes. We'll take a quick secondary 2-minute break, just so I can take my pill, and we'll meet back here in 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, so you guys
Genius.
in a second. And we're back.
Oh, we are not.
Oh.
The four of us are.
We are missing two of the most important members right now.
Oh yeah, we have some RP to do with them.
Yeah.
I said I could go on a little bit longer. I'm not, you guys are turning into Vax and Keela.
I don't know what that is.
Just a lot
Wait,
of RP.
what?
A lot of RP conversation. I'm kidding. It wasn't a bad thing. I just realized how it came across.
Oh, no, I just genuinely didn't understand.
I said you're turning into Vax and Keyleth.
Who
don't-
are?
I don't know what that means. Who are they?
Oh, they're from Critical Role.
They're really cute.
If I had
But
$1
it's-
for every Critical Role reference,
You know,
it would
it's
have
a
a lot of
sign.
There's a
dollars.
lot.
I'm sorry.
Have to start watching now.
I don't know anything.
Who's Vax
I,
and Caliph, though? Who were we saying is Vax and Caliph?
It's kind of
I don't
alternating.
know.
Oh.
Everybody, it's all of us. But who is Vex and who is Keyleth, you know?
I don't.
Who's
is
the
that
mo-
what?
Who's the most emo one among you? I feel like
Scotty?
Not me.
No,
Yeah.
Scott.
Balthios?
Scotty loves being who he is. It's like a tie between Hilira and Delisa.
Really?
No, Elisa.
So it's after this session. Like, none of you are really emo like at all. So I kind of have to like. It's like a difference of like 1% and 2%.
That's fair.
I don't know, but Sammy sent me a clip last night of consenting crabgrass. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, Henry!
I saw the Henry Comgrass.
And it's like, this is the first
I
time
am
I've ever watched anything related to this. I don't know anything. I'm so confused with Henry Crabgrass right now.
Best NPC.
Hilira,
best.
if you prepare speak with plants at any point, warn me in advance.
Oh, it's always prepared.
Oh Jesus.
Always.
Okay. Anywho, so we're back.
You gave me a stone that can do it. How
Oh,
do you
yeah.
expect me not to use it at all times?
Well, you haven't, and I'm grateful for that.
I've used it a few times. I've talked to a few plants.
Yeah, but you've not spammed it, and I'm grateful for that. I
No,
realize it was a hard temptation.
It's mostly the dead
They're all-
that intrigue me.
Listen, I said I'd go on a little bit longer. Do you want to use that time arguing?
Sorry.
We're going back to the creepy
if we're
temple.
gonna keep talking, Violet.
Daxos marches on.
Okay.
silently.
I follow along.
Yeah.
He stops all of a sudden.
Come out, Alcyone. You always sucked at hiding.
And from behind a rock, and from behind a different rock as well, you see two humanoids, or humans, male and female, dressed in, so they're dressed in these sort of like, it's like a chiton robe with a long skirt. Similar almost to Bithynia's attire, but this has elements like it's sort of, this is very form-fitting in some areas and is bound with leathers in other. It's designed to be a lot more, it's almost like sportswear, like sort of, it has an element of almost like monk's attire, for lack of a better term. And what catches you is you see Hiliera, oh, both of them actually have a familiar, large headdress. Upon their heads. Whoopsie. Yeah. It's sort of, so the female at least has a headdress that has a protruding section. The male carries a similar one, but styled for men. I'll show you a picture of what you see, actually. Oh, the Oread's still there. Oopsie daisy. Hold on. Properties. Refresh cache of current page. I think it's not working. You guys can see it, right? Okay, no, I can. So yeah, I've been able to show it to the people now. So yeah, that is what they see. Here's what you guys see.
Cool.
They both step up. Forge child. You treat me so coldly after all these years.
We're not friends, Alcyone. We've never been friends.
Fair enough. You come to take your rightful place, finally.
No. We're here because the city of your birth is under siege by the dead, and we aim to do something about it.
We have heard the news. The walls of Akros are strong and high. The Colossus protects. The warriors protect. Akros will endure.
Single-minded as ever. We do intend to enter the forge. Are you gonna stop us? Are you gonna try? Please try.
The smoke seems to just briefly come out of his nostrils. I trust you brought an offering for the Greatwyrm.
I'm not an idiot.
Alcione, just... He will decide your fate. Come. And the two flame speakers lead you up the mountain pass. And to the entranceway. And this is where you begin to feel the heat. It's already like opening an oven. And you all begin to sweat as you enter. And you see a large temple hall. Styled off, very similar in style and architecture to many of the temples of Puerforos that you all would have entered at least once in your life. There's a great statue before an altar at the far end of it. There are benches and pews almost where people can sort of kneel down and offer silent prayer. There are sort of columns that line this temple, like most temples, that sort of lead down this row towards the altar. And you see doors that you gather maybe lead to adjacent rooms, maybe that, probably that house bedding for the various acolytes and things like that. Hilira, you've seen a few flames. So the flame speakers have a presence in Akaros. They are the official priests of Puerforos. And you would know that this is an outpost of theirs as well, but it's sort of... This particular outpost of theirs also serves for the flame speakers who are also devotees of Thraxes and see him as an extension of Puerforos, almost. How true that is up for debate. But there are over a dozen... You notice not everyone seems to be dressed in the flame speaker attire. There's about a dozen people who have those particular robes. Everyone else seems to be dressed in normal priest garb and sort of various different acolyte attire. And it's... Yes, Delisa?
Delisa's going to stop Daxos just as they're walking in and say, I presume you'll be doing most of the talking in here, Daxos. And she clutches with one hand a holy symbol of Amaranthe and places the other on his heart. And says, your heart is in the right place. We're doing this for the right reasons, and you need all the help you can get. May the love of Amaranthe shine upon you. And she'll give him bardic inspiration and cast guidance on him at the same time.
Very good. He responds,
Thank you, Delisa. Whatever happens in there, I'm with you.
He looks to the rest of you.
We all are.
Can I pat his arm? And I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on him. So he has advantage. Let me see.
He's stuck right now with this.
He also has really good charisma. He's a sorcerer after all.
Yeah, I'll give him advantage on his charisma checks.
Thank you.
As he steps forward into the temple, a older flame speaker, a male with sort of like sour old face.
Forge child, at last your arrogance abates and you come back to take your rightful place. I ought to whip you for your insolence, boy.
Daxos just dead stares him. Gonna make a quick check. Advantage, right?
Yeah.
So that's 14 plus 10 to his intimidation as he just says,
Akamos, get out of my... I'm not a little boy anymore. Get out of my fucking way before I feed you your own heart.
and his eyes actually start smoking. And Akamos just takes a step back.
Thraxes will punish your arrogance appropriately.
Daxos just dead stares, everyone else's eyes still smoking, and you guys actually see people seem to be genuinely afraid of him. Like, beyond just him putting off a scary thing right now, there's history here. He goes up to the statue of Thraxes.
Can I move as the last one in line and just say to that mean guy, his name is Daxos. Have some respect. And I'll just keep walking.
Lady Helira?
Oh my god.
Ignore, keep walking.
Daxos just turns to him now as he says that and says,
Say anything, and they'll be picking you up with a dustpan and a brush.
but he places his hand on the altar. And like orange energy emanates. And you hear from the back. As a massive stone doorway opens up behind the statue of Porphyros, revealing a, like sort of a blazing orange, like almost like inferno-like doorway.
Secret passageway.
Secret tunnel.
Just more like a not obvious passageway. You get the sense that everyone knows that this passageway is here. It's just like, it's not like there was a hidden doorway per se, like it was part of the wall. There was like a shut door behind the statue.
Right. Some advice. Maintain your composure.
And he leads on. You guys walk. And things get... This tunnel is more of a... It's not like worked stone per se. It's just dug. Yeah, sorry, I was making sure I was on the right one. And you walk for several minutes. And as you keep walking down this unworked dug passageway with haphazard stairsways that are just almost like chiseled into the rock, you begin to hear a noise. It's like breathing, but like it almost feels like wind, but then you realize it's an inhale. As you step forward. And there's a sort of orange glow that's getting closer and closer, and it's not very far now. It's quite a bright light. And as you're all walking, Hilira, you see Daxos' hand is visibly trembling.
Can I just grab his hand?
He squeezes at your hand. Gives you a nod.
I'm just holding it.
Okay.
little Daxos. I smell you.
I forgot to say, Daxos says to you now, Xanthia, I'm gonna need that hammer back.
Yep, here you go.
And Bithynia turned to Dolisa and talked to her about Daxos or red dragons.
It's a bit of a moment, as in, it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear yourself because your voice is drowned out by another voice.
I smell you. I hear you whispering with your little friends. Come now. Don't be shy. Step into the light.
Bithynia, did you want to say something to Dolisa? You guys are sort of staring at, like, standing right in front of this glowing orange fiery doorway.
And I can assume possibly this is Thraxis.
Thraxis, yes, he's...
Yeah, Thraxis, yeah.
This is not like in your heads, by the way. This is just like audible.
Mm-hmm. Dolisa, did I tell you that I picked up a book on dragons and worms and things like that at the library?
I think you mentioned it, yes.
I don't know for time for this.
I know.
What was that?
What'd you say, Amalia?
It might not be the time for this, Bithynia.
Well, just random tidbit. Do you happen to know anything about Thraxis?
Daxos turns to you, Bithynia.
It's gonna be fine. Just follow my lead. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you guys.
So then she'll turn to Dolisa. Well, you know, I'm always full of fun facts, but, what little information there was on Thraxis, all I could tell was that he might have a wingspan of 400 to 500 feet, and his scales are like the size of doors. I don't know if that really sets your mind at ease, but this door is only a small window to what lies ahead.
Let's do our very best not to piss him off.
All right.
And Daxos steps into the doorway. And as you guys follow him, you see that you hear, like, just the sound of lava. And you see below you... no, let's just do one. Like, you are in the caldera of Mount Velis. Sorry, I think I turned on way too many ambiences. You are in the caldera, and you basically step out, and you're on a small platform, or small relatively, of worked stone that sort of juts out, almost like a, for lack of a better term, like a sacrificial, like, platform thing. It's not meant to be necessarily sacrificial, but it just protrudes, and it's been carved into a doorway, and the actual, almost drawbridge is, the stone drawbridge is supported by these massive wrought iron chains just dripping with molten rock. This massive caldera, like, over 1,000 feet across. And this is actually the smaller inlet of the main volcano crater that's sort of deeper further down. Just, you stand over a lake of glowing molten lava. And you see the sun faintly ahead, above, through the thick fumes that are protruding out from here. But that's not what catches your eye. Emerging from the lava
are the beating wings of a massive, titan-sized red dragon. A wingspan easily of almost... Bithynia was right. A wingspan of almost 400 feet. At a glance, Bithynia, snout to tail might come to 600 feet. Now, I'm going to activate the map. This is not necessarily a cause for alarm. I just need it to be clear what you guys are looking at.
Refresh.
Wait, just before I... 1 second. Studio mode, because I'm going to have to do this properly. Okay, that works. This might take a minute to load for some of you.
Is Daxter still holding my hand?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I'm still holding his then. Anything happens to this man.
Jesus.
Okay, that's...
98%, come on.
Yeah, same.
If you look at the Twitch stream, you can see it in the upper right-hand corner.
Isn't it ironic
Romeo.
that Violet's map loaded first?
Yeah, that's...
Oh
Ironic.
no, I was watching it on the Twitch stream because I knew mine would
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
Romeo, can you zoom out? Because all we can see is the head and the platform.
Yeah, that's the point. That was trying to get the...
Oh.
Okay.
It's like 20 times the size of that though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it loaded for you guys yet?
What?
No.
Okay.
No.
No, it's only on Twitch, but I did screen cap it.
See the map.
Can I copy pasta it in the Discord so they can see?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna... Here.
I am in shock.
Look in... I put it in general, so you can see it in the upper right.
Oh no. Okay.
Shock isn't even a word.
Look, you can see in the upper right.
I love the faces also.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
You do. You really do.
It's fine. We took that guy in the other place when there was a poison, and we can take this one too. It's fine.
So,
Oh no.
so yeah, true to what I said to Botch last session, this thing compares to the rock that chased you guys down like a big hawk compares to a pigeon.
Oh, that rock. Love him.
So we can all see this. We're on the platform and we can see it
Yes.
now.
Have you brought me my supper? Quite a selection.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do like Leonin. You crunch ever so delightfully.
We're not here to be eaten, Thyrexes. And I am still the Forged Child. If you want to remain in his good graces, let us pass.
begins. Maybe I am the chosen of the Forge now. Maybe I finally have a chance to eliminate you. You've been gone a long time. Maybe you're not in his good graces. Maybe you're the one who is an outcast.
We come bearing offerings.
He holds out the bag of holding, his bag of holding.
Everything. Just let us pass. Safe passage in and out for myself and my party. All you have to do is let us pass in, and later let us pass out.
And he empties the bag, turns it inside out, and you see clattering out that hammer he made from the Magnetar, as well as the Xanthia's hammer, the one she just gave back to him, and a dozen other rare and powerful items that all clatter. And Thraxes
leads in. You always did have the best housewarming gifts. Very well. You have my word. You may pass into the lodge, the temple below, and pass out. With my permission.
Thank you, Thraxes. We appreciate your generosity.
Thraxes scoops up the items with one massive paw. Grabs it and retrieves them. And they seem to just float of their own accord. And they levitate downwards. A temple-like building, also made of basalt, seems to emerge out of a rocky platform from the lake of lava. Almost like sort of earth-bent out of the lava. And he sets the items down there. It settles down a little bit. He looks at all of you.
You.
He leans in.
You stink of Sphinx.
And Bethunia will just nod her head, questioning whether or not she should ask if he wants to give her any information to fill in the gaps in the book about dragons, and she will decide not to say anything.
I see the curiosity that burns in your eyes.
Yes, yeah, full time.
You acknowledge my superiority, my wisdom.
That I do. Greatness recognizes greatness, especially when it is greater. So, thank you for the passage.
Why serve a timid kitten who jealously guards its secrets, when I would give them unto you willingly? Think on that, if you want to achieve your true potential.
Is that a proposition?
You draw your strength from a weak being. If you wish to witness true power, you need but serve me.
And how long does this offer stand?
Bring me a treasure worthy of my favor, and you have earned my boon.
And Bothinho will contemplate whether or not couplet would be a great enough offering, and then reconsider.
Damn.
What?
Stone cold.
Whoa.
A treasure, yes. Yes, I can see to that. I can see to that. But,
Bithynia, you feel the
there is-
psychic equivalent of a...
yeah, she's big nervous right now. She's like, okay, so, she's, so I'm gonna sit there, I'm still on plummet. Like,
You're bringing
traversing
plummet?
down. I mean, did we leave? We haven't left plummet anyway.
Okay, so
Plummet is-
we'll say you brought plummet.
I mean,
Plummet
unless
is
we
freaking out right now, by the way.
Plummet is not having a good time.
No.
Uh,
Plummet is basically seeing the devil right now for him.
We all are, yes. Okay, so, Braxis, yeah. But Daniel really wants to talk. There's not much information about you. Is that intentional?
Well, few as polite as you. Few offer the proper respect.
Well, and then she will look into like her side satchel and pull out a book. You see, this entire book here is about worms and dragons, and you're hardly in it. I would expect that someone as important as you would have more than you do, but I understand that maybe you have a book of yourself, or maybe you should.
Bithynia, stop talking.
She'll put her book away. But, yes, the offer, I appreciate that, and I will get back to you with the treasure.
Not in a book.
Okay.
Thraxes, the bargain's been struck. Honor your word.
Very well. But you should know, Bithynia. Widows sing songs of weeping in my name. The mightiest of Akros cower behind their shields at my shadow. The very ground quakes with the beating of my wings. sphinxes, archons, and gods alike. Flee at my roar. You would do well to remember that. Perhaps you should write the book of my terrible legend. Perhaps that will be a suitable offering.
And he steps back. And, like, one after the other. Like, these steps emerge. These enormously tall, thin pillars of basalt emerge from the lake of lava, forming, like, these separated steps. And Thraxes steps aside. And I'm going to cut back to... Oh, shit, it never transitioned properly. Oh, I'm so sorry, the battle cam. I forgot to press transition. Oh, son of a bitch. I did that whole sequence with you guys small and the map small as well. Oh, well. It's because when it's in studio mode, it doesn't automatically transition. Okay. That's okay. And you guys step on the platform. And one after the other, you make your way down. And you couldn't see it before because it was concealed by the massive figure of Thraxes. But there is another doorway on the other side of the caldera. As you make the 1,000+ foot descent, it begins to get really hot. You're okay, but barely at this point. And as you descend, you step through this doorway that is little more than a giant cavernous hole in the wall into what lies next. And now, we're going to definitely end tonight's session.
My goodness.
Thank you so much to anybody who tuned in. I'm really sorry about that last bit where, so I made everyone's like small and square so we could use the battle map, but I never actually transitioned to the battle map. They could still have seen Thraxes in the small corner, but it was kind of the worst of both worlds. But that's okay. The idea still came across. We still saw everyone's delightful reactions. And, yeah, thank you so much to anybody who tuned in. Do be sure to check out the Discord. Thank you so much to Rebecca for sharing that again last time. And thank you so much to my players for letting me terrorize them every week. Let's do a quick go around. Tamara, if you would like to shout out anywhere where you'd like people to find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter and on, like, technically also on TikTok under marinated. Don't post a whole lot, but, you know, it's still fun. Yeah. That's my socials, more or less.
Awesome. Rebecca, take it away.
Hello, I bomb fancy all over the internet with the exception of TikTok, where you can find me as Mimic for Hire with a lot of Warlock goodness, or Sire for Hire for Vampire the Masquerade goodness. And that's where you can find me.
Awesome. Sammy.
Hey, I am Sammy. I do ASMR on YouTube at Sammy ASMR, and you can also find me on pretty much every social media platform at that same handle. So, yeah, check me out.
Virla.
I have Instagram. Virla.Louisa. That's it.
Short and sweet, just like Hilira. And Violet, who isn't currently on screen but is still with us. I think. Is she still in the Discord? I haven't actually checked.
Yeah.
She's there. She's
Yeah.
muted.
Okay.
I can do Violet's job for her.
For the sake of conciseness, if you wouldn't mind.
You can find Violet at Instagram at Violet_Riddle_, and you can see her smashing every cosplay imaginable on there. You know, Punchline, Joker, you name it, she does it.
That's why I love her.
That's true.
And you can obviously find your resident barbarian Bakios or Botch or Ali at Angel Undies on Instagram. He's a fantastic 3D printer and a fantastic cosplayer as well, and he's the greatest. And
the best barbarian.
Damn Skippy. And I myself am Electrum_cosplay, Electrum like the metal _cosplay on Instagram. Where you can find all my cosplay-related stuff. You can obviously catch us here at DC30 every Sunday, or almost every Sunday. Stay tuned for announcements. You can catch us on our Discord and our YouTube, where you can catch up on all the VODs and join in all the Hoplite fun. And you can, of course, catch me on every Saturday on Roll Positive Gaming as Atticus Fortune, the Human Eldritch Knight. And with that, we will wish everyone a wonderful evening. We are DC30.